let's see, do we have any members? I see Commissioner Scar is online, thank you. Hi, Commissioner. Pam, since Commissioner's not here, would you like to go sit by Jerry and Karen and get a little bit more room? Okay. I will help you. Okay. So, committee, the reason why I left the end of the table vacant, I noticed, especially in the last meeting with a bunch of folks in the room, when your back is to them, it may have been a little bit harder to hear. So that's why we have a little bit more area for the sound to travel, because we don't have folks there at the end of the table. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the meeting started. Just to announce, this meeting is being recorded and will be published on the Community Development Short-Term Rental Advisory Committee webpage in the near future following the meeting. With that, let's go ahead and move into committee member roll call. So do I have any Short-Term Rental Advisory Committee members online? I do not see any. Commissioner Scar, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Commissioner Scar, liaison to this committee, and I'm going to take the liberty of commissioner time here and just make a couple of comments. The first one is to apologize, but I have had my day stolen from me today by a number of things that have come up that I have to do. So I will not be able to be with you today, obviously not in person, and only very briefly online. But I also want to thank everyone for the work that you did in the last meeting. I have had a chance to review that work, and you guys are getting into the meat now of what this process is here to do. We've done a lot of educating, a lot of learning, a lot of talking with one another, and now it's getting down to the nitty-gritty of what can we put into ordinance to make the changes that we want to see. And so I want to thank you for digging into that hard work. I want to thank you for what you did in the last meeting, and I really look forward to seeing what comes out of this meeting as you continue to do that work. So thank you all very much, and I may be popping in and out today as I have breaks just to hear what's going on. Please know that if I had my choice, I would be with you today, but unfortunately I do not. So thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, so let's go ahead and start with committee introductions in the room. Scott, would you like to lead us on, please?
Scott Nienkamp, I'm South County Rep. I'm a full-time resident of Nescoin.
Nicole Twig, I represent Vacation Rental Managers. I have a company in Pacific City.
Mike Saxon, I'm a South County Rep. I live in T.R. Lamar.
Bruce Loveland, I'm ETARTS representing STRs in Central County.
Gus Meyer, I represent the public at large.
Terry Warren, I represent Oceanside, and it's nice to see you all in person.
Karen Babbitt, I'm a full-time resident of Neophi.
Pam Zawinski, I represent the Realtors.
Jerry Keene, I live in Oceanside, and I represent Central County.
Hillary Gibson, I represent Nescoin.
Dan Cairns, advisor to the county.
Great, thank you. And I am Sarah Absher, Director of Community Development and facilitator of the committee. Okay, so we are going to jump in to where we left off at the last meeting. So quickly, yes, Gus.
Sir, the notice on the, posted on the entry, it says there's a meeting at 5 to 8.
There is, Gus.
It doesn't say that on the meeting agenda I got.
No, it sure doesn't, because it's a land use hearing. So Lynn and I are actually in this room for about 12 hours today. So yes, so no, there is, we do have something else going on this evening.
You're welcome to stay though, Gus.
Yes, you are. Okay. All right, okay, so diving into what we're starting, we good? Okay, so in the ordinance you have, well, actually, let me say this. So Dan, thank you for coming back today and joining us. So, as you know, Dan is here to provide legal counsel to all of you in addition to the commissioners as we go through this process. We have some pretty heavy topics that I anticipate we're gonna be talking about today, starting with probably kicking off with Jerry with transferability. And so that's where we left off last month. So I just want to call to your attention that if you have any legal questions about the language, that is why Dan is here today, okay? So please, let's use him as a resource when we feel like we need to. Looking at the track changes for what we discussed last month, does anybody have any follow-up questions, comments? Was there anything in the language? Did I get it right? Did I get it wrong? You're not gonna hurt my feelings if you say you don't like my edits. I'm here to best help with those. Yes, Bruce?
So, on the cap, the density
Mm-hmm.
language, did we discuss that we were gonna take that out, or why did you take that out?
So that's a great question. So Bruce, I didn't take it out. It was shadowed before, and I did do a strike through just because if you recall at the February meeting, we talked about tabling those items for a later date. When I had talked to the commissioners during that executive session, one of the things that came out of that was coming back to the commissioners at the end of our process with recommendations of 1 or 2 growth management tools. It may be those 2, it may be something else. So I didn't want to take them out completely, but I wanted to make sure it's understood we are not discussing those at this time. And you will be getting an email before the next hearing packet. All the economic work you've asked for will be included. So we're on the home stretch with that. But that will probably also play into those 2 sections. So again, didn't want to delete them, but that's not what we're focused on at this time. Okay.
It'd be nice if you.
What
instead
are
of
you
step
focused on?
straight, Maybe you kind of repeat some of the language you just said, because as we get into this thing, it's gonna get pretty messy.
Okay, would you like me to do a note on the side of that to
Yeah, I
just
think so.
put
Do
table?
what you said.
Okay, yep, I can do that. Okay. Make note. Yeah, I apologize for that. I've had a lot of people continue to ask about that and focus on that, and what I've been sharing is that those conversations are tabled for now, and I was trying to actually reflect that in the ordinance, so if that was confusing, I apologize. I'll put that note on the side.
So for now, when would we take them up, because those are the biggest issues?
Probably in April. And we'll talk about our upcoming meeting dates. I just got the poll finished. Thank you all for participating in that as well. So, okay, Scott, did you have a
No.
comment or question?
You just answered.
Okay, thank you. All right, so just to quickly recap, just to make sure. So the purpose statement, purpose and scope, I did combine 4 and 6. And then did provide that language in red about the housing piece.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
This ordinance is kind of like rules and regulations, so would the housing piece about like workforce housing be better in the operator fee ordinance? It just seems like a more appropriate place.
So the committee did reach consensus at the last meeting to put it here. So that is why it's here.
Okay. Thank you for that reminder.
Yep, okay. So then
The wording
moving.
doesn't seem really, it seems like you're just restating what you crossed out, sort of.
Yes, I am. Yes, and that was something that we had talked about. I did combine those and used in that white paper that had that housing statement. Did condense that to what you see here. Yes, Jerry.
Yeah, as I recall in that conversation, what we questioned was, we started to question a little bit about discussing short-term housing in this, and then you reminded us that this is the right place to state the purpose of the operator's fee. So it's one of the goals of the overall ordinance. And so you kind of did change the language, focusing from a general statement about housing to the purpose of the funding. So I think it's appropriate here, because this doesn't assert or or state the funding. This just is one of the purposes of the whole ordinance.
Right, and the program in general, right? Because
Yeah.
you wouldn't have the operator license fee without the rental program.
Yeah, I
And
was just
so,
saying,
yeah.
there was a change, and it did reflect our discussion.
Okay, thank you for that. Karen?
On number 2, is there, I think, the rights of property owners to use their property as they choose is pretty strong.
Okay, so,
Can we use another word other than rights?
I like that.
Desires?
I completely like it.
I think I do, Karen, I would defer to the group on that. I do think the language is appropriate.
Okay.
But does anyone else share Karen's thoughts?
I'm an individual.
Yeah, and
It's just very strong, as though we are assuming that as businesses, they have rights to do whatever they want. That's all.
The one word in there that legitimate kind of steps out at me a little bit. I mean, I know one commenter said, are they illegitimate? Or if they're not legitimate, is it, why have that word in there? Because it's balancing livability concerns, resident and neighbors, rights of property owners.
Yeah, against the legitimate rights of property owners.
Yeah, legitimate rights, yeah.
I agree.
Okay,
Yeah, probably
Okay.
I
legitimate.
agree as well.
all right. Gus?
I think that almost covers my concern was further in the document, there are restrictions on property owners. So the way that's worded, I agree with the fine lady over there that it's kind of worded wrong.
Okay, so just to keep the conversation moving forward, we did discuss this section at the last meeting. So I wanna, if there's something that you feel like absolutely needs to be changed, let's talk about it. But we did cross this section off the list.
I think the word to focus on here is balance. What are we balancing? We're balancing two points of view. And as soon as you start arguing about how to characterize the points of view, you've already adjusted the balance. We're just here to find the place in the middle between those two positions, both of which have been strongly presented to us in the public comment.
Correct. Yeah. Nicole?
So I don't see where the workforce housing initiatives are even mentioned in the rest of this ordinance, so I do feel like it's totally addressed, it has a whole other ordinance regarding it. And
Okay.
the other thing that isn't, I mean, if we're throwing in stuff, there's nothing about like economic vitality of our county, kind of preserving the percentage of jobs that revolve around this industry, so none of that's in here. So it's kind of like if we're throwing in workforce housing, but that's the balance I think Jerry was just talking about, was it's not a purpose of this to preserve the economic vitality of the tourism industry in this ordinance.
Yeah, the tone of it is negative.
That's the kind of balance, like if workforce housing is a point of the ordinance, it does
Okay.
say provide reasonable opportunities for visitors, which is great. But I think the stronger point of preserving the short-term rentals in the county is the jobs and the overflow economy of the tourism spending that isn't addressed.
Maybe when we have that info, I think you said next month.
Yeah.
We'll be able to, I don't know.
And I don't even know if that's a purpose of an ordinance. The purpose of the ordinance is to regulate
Right.
safety and stuff, but it's kind of like we're throwing in these big workforce housing and,
Right.
other things that it's a big part of the purpose of the program, in my opinion.
So we did talk about an aspirational component of this, also to highlight the good things of what this program does. Would you like me to add something about economics in here?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Please.
All right, okay. All right. Okay, I will add that. Yep, and then, okay, so, page 14. So page 14 has the mandatory postings. So I did break this up to interior and exterior. The interior posting comes from the county by way of certificate. The exterior posting is the signage. Okay? So you can see in here that it does reflect, we did put, let's see. So it talks about the registration number, the non-emergency telephone number for the STR hotline, parking spaces, some of that language was removed. Property address and the name of the contact person and the phone number. Yes,
Since I think we talked about requiring the Granicus phone number, and then the contact person and that phone number would be optional. Is this requiring it now?
So that's a great question. I did not, is she right?
I think so.
Okay.
I think we did say optional. I was suggesting.
Okay.
that we'd want our name and number on there, so,
Yeah.
and I think that's where we got that being optional.
And I
Okay.
think, for some people that maybe have a business, I just think it's been brought up that maybe we don't need specifically a name of a contact person, but because it can change, could you just put a phone number? That way, like, larger groups that have, or, you know, when we have different people covering it, because it's hard for anybody to be available 24/7 for one person.
So what if we put
Is the
something
name
like the
important?
contact person or entity? Or something like that,
Yeah.
and then working with that, creating that. So one thing that we've talked about that I think would also be extremely helpful is that online active registry.
Yeah.
Then that way, that could be updated regularly as well, especially as maybe managers rotate in and out, or a home, if it's ran by an owner, there's a transfer, we can make sure that we can continue to keep that most updated information also on the website.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be great.
That
Okay.
Bravicus number though is 24 hours.
It is
And then the
24/7.
contact person is not a 24-hour
Sure,
person.
it's supposed to be.
It's supposed to be,
Okay, so if you
Yes.
call this phone number that you put on these signs, somebody will answer that phone.
correct, they're
Okay.
supposed to, yes.
And then they'll
Just wanna
reach out to
clarify
the listed.
The listed person, yep. And then all those response times still apply.
My question, I'm sorry.
For number 4, with the number of bedrooms, do we have, I think we talked about maybe just doing maximum occupancy, but not needing to list the number of bedrooms, or do we?
So that's going to largely depend on how we review the language for maximum occupancy. If the committee agrees it should be redefined as bedrooms and not sleeping areas,
Yeah.
that's important. It's also important for inspection staff and others
Yeah.
who are working with that rental to know what that is.
Does it need to be on the sign?
That's just
It
on the
would be in
certificate.
the certificate
Oh,
inside.
okay.
Oh,
Okay.
that's not on the
Gotcha.
outside
Yeah.
sign.
It's just
Okay.
the certificate.
Right.
My other question about the outside sign is, it says the property address, does that have to be on the STR signage, or can the regular property address?
It needs to be on the sign, especially if the house is down a driveway. It needs to be
It
on the
can't just
sign.
be the legal, like when they do the inspection, they make sure you have the.
No, because the house numbering isn't always visible from the street.
Oh,
You may
okay.
not know where you're
What
at.
house are you calling about? What's the address? I don't know, it's not on the sign.
Yeah,
And they don't want to walk up to the door.
it's just a considerable expense for a company. Like, my signs are about $45-50 a piece times 70, and now I'm buying new signs, and I can't interchange them, like if a property falls in and out. It's a
Yeah.
big expense to have that. I mean, I don't mind making sure that I'll get a green address sign at the end of the street for the house, that goes with the house, but it's kind of a logistical thing that makes it pretty expensive to follow.
Charge your clients.
Well, that is easier said than done sometimes.
I think it's a
So-
key piece of information.
I do, based on our experiences in the office, I would agree. So we're gonna go around the table. We'll do Terry,
Well, we'll comment
Karen,
now.
Pam, and Gus.
Okay, oh, I see.
Yep, Terry, go ahead.
So I'm a little bit confused. So we have N, mandatory package, and then interior, exterior in red.
Yep.
And then you have, there's a part taken out, so there's a part within the interior of the dwelling adjacent to the front door, then that's gone. The rest is gone? Adjacent to the front door, period. Additionally,
Yep.
outside the unit,
Yeah. that's
read
what
by
I-
people in the road right of way. What's additionally out?
So if you read that, it says additionally, exterior signage shall be installed outside of the dwelling unit and shall be of adequate size so that it is easily read by people in the road right of way.
I was just looking at all of it.
It's a lot, that's, yeah,
That's
it's,
right.
it's a lot.
Thank you for explaining that.
You bet, absolutely. Karen?
I do have some concerns about the hotline.
Okay.
I mean, great idea. My concern is, I would like to keep this part until we see how that's working, because normally I call the owner or the contact person.
Mm-hmm.
It's right there, somebody answers. We have one person answering for the whole county who's supposed to then write something down, get a hold of the contact person. Meanwhile, there can be a lineup. So then, you know, your 20 minutes becomes 35.
So it's a huge dispatch center, Karen.
Okay.
It's huge.
Not one
Yes,
person.
yeah, no,
Okay.
and yes, and the county has committed to that. We've actually already signed the contract for that service and paid for it, so it is coming. That was
Oh,
thoroughly.
no, I'm not
yeah.
saying it shouldn't come. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
I saw someone taking a lunch
Yeah.
break.
No, it's a very large
Big
call center. Yep.
Great.
Yep.
Because when there's a party going on, you really don't want to wait more than 20 minutes. So,
Yep.
no problem.
Thank you. Pam?
Oh, just that you were saying that, like, the number of bedrooms and all these things don't necessarily go on the sign outside, but it says exterior signage shall contain the following information. So it is saying that you're wanting the number of bedrooms on the sign outside, not just on the permit.
You know what?
That's just a lot of information to go on a sign
Yep.
outside.
Well, okay, so Pam, thank you. You are correct. I can better delineate that unless there are, so does the committee feel that that should just go on the interior certificate or it should go outside as well?
Outside should be
Well, I think
simple.
it should be outside,
It should be
because
outside.
if you drive by or walk by and there's 5 cars there,
Yeah,
you need to know if they only have 1 parking space, but they have 3 bedrooms.
But it has a number of approved parking spaces
But not on
the
the
sign.
outside sign.
It does.
we could
Right.
Well,
put
no,
the,
she's talking about removing that.
I think she's talking about removing the number of bedrooms.
Yeah.
No, they're not the parking spaces.
correct.
But don't those go
Actually,
hand in
removing
hand?
a lot.
Yeah, so I think we don't need
The
both.
outside sign should be simple.
But if there's only 1 parking space and but they have 3 bedrooms, they should have 3 parking spaces. So the people who are walking by don't know that information.
Like I said, I just think it should be simpler and not have to include all this information. So it just needs to be simple, because it says it
Well, no,
has
I
to be
agree.
big enough, because if we put all this information on an outside sign, it's gonna be, that's big enough to read on the right
Yeah, I
of
think
way.
the
It's gonna
parking
be
is
huge.
important, but not the number of bedrooms.
So what if we left the number of parking spaces and then on the table for the online registry, we could put the rest of this information? Because we can
Yeah.
create a table with all that information. Does that work for everybody? Yes, okay, all right. Karen, just Gus, and then we're gonna go back around and circle back around to Bruce.
That answers my question.
Okay, all right. Terry?
Number 5, any required information and conditions specific to the short-term rental registry. That's gonna go on the sign?
It may, yeah, it depends on what they are. Every once in a while, we do have some specific requirements that have to be posted.
For a specific address?
That's right,
I see.
yeah,
Okay. But not for everybody?
that is correct,
Right.
yeah.
Thank you for explaining that.
You bet. Karen?
I feel strongly about bedrooms, not sleeping areas, so I don't want our removing bedrooms from this turning into, we don't have to have bedrooms.
Yep.
Because that tells you how many parking places you get. Thank you.
Yep, you bet. Duly noted. Bruce and then Nicole.
Just something to bear in mind here, that when you enter a short-term rental, you will see a sign that has a certificate on there. You'll see a sign that has parking locations on there. You'll see a sign that has, in our case, has tsunami evacuation routes.
Yep.
And you'll see another sign, which I forget what it was big.
Good neighbor policy.
The good neighbor policy. And so, I mean,
Interior?
interior.
Okay, you said
So,
signs, so I wrote
Signs.
Yeah.
interior signs,
So, I mean, it's just a lot of signs.
postings.
Postings to have in there. I think just keep that in mind as we kind of go forward. The other thing is that probably need to be specific specific about the size of the exterior sign, because unless you're gonna do it, unless the county's gonna provide those for us, which we would like that, but if you're not, which you probably aren't, we'll need to know the size of it. And I wanna, again, repeat to the committee here, that we have at least one home that is at an HOA, and they cannot have signs on the front part of it. In the sign that we have to have is back in the window of the house, and believe me, unless we take up the entire window, it's not gonna show you all this information.
Bruce,
So,
I bet you will say somewhere, unless otherwise required by law.
Yeah.
I bet
And
you will
this would
say
be
that
it.
somewhere.
Yeah.
A lot of them have
If they don't, they
exceptions
should.
for governmental required signs.
okay.
And a lot of times those are like fire
Okay.
department
Okay, that's-
type signs, but this would then be in
If
the
this will be,
category.
this is considered one of those then.
Yeah. And Bruce, so I did not put a specific sign dimension, went back and forth on that, and have had extensive conversations with Johnny and Tommy and Angela and Dustin about that. I know different management companies have their signs, have different size of signs, and that might fall into some sort of bucket that does trickle over to some sort of CCNR requirement. So I did not put a specific dimension, but what it states is that it must be of adequate size so that it's easily read by people in the road right of way. So if we can drive by and read it standing in the road, if it can be reasonably read,
Yeah.
then we would accept that.
And I think it's helpful you reduce some of this down, especially the location of parking spaces, a drawing for that or something, which is
Yeah.
really taking up space, so,
Yeah.
okay.
And there's, again, I mean, if we launch some sort of an online records portal, a lot of that stuff,
Right.
we can make accessible to the public without having to leave their home. So that's something we're talking about internally as well.
Are we gonna continue around the table?
We are, I
You
think
left
it
off
was.
here, if you aren't.
Well, Nicole raised her hand, and then I think we're going to Karen, and then Jerry, back to you.
So logically, I'm okay, I like the parking postage, I think that that's fine. I just try to picture this sign, like how much, where are we at, if it's visible to the driveway and the house, like what's on it, there's just a lot there, so, I don't want it to be a big ugly sign in front of these lovely homes everywhere. We purposely designed our signs to make them not neon and bright and try to blend in. I know a lot of the signs people want to notice, but we didn't want offensive coloring, to just try to keep things pretty. So I keep that in mind because there's several in a row. I mean, certain neighborhoods are mostly vacation rentals. It's just going to be like a yard sale. But I do like the parking idea and the guest, and bedrooms. I just think it's nobody's business on who's outside of the house. Like if the parking's because we have the day use situation, so somebody can be like, I counted 9 people and it says 8 on the sign. I mean, it's just not logical. If the parking's in compliance and that's what's visible from outside, I think that it's kind of too much info. So that was my thought there.
Well, and again, we may be able to address those other concerns that neighbors may have before they call by having some sort of online resource available to them, right? Because I think that's part of this too, is, the idea is also making sure neighbors are informed so they don't automatically conclude there's a violation, right? I mean, we want to make sure that information is accessible to them. So maybe they don't have to call because they can see it is permitted. So we want to make sure the signage has enough and or with some sort of an online database to where they can check that out before they call and see all those important things. Yeah, Karen.
Possibility of TLT taxes paying for signs? No?
I don't think so. I'm happy to ask. But I'll make a note of that, Karen.
Maybe the county could at least have a template so that it makes it kind of easy for owners to fill in the info and then they could just order it from FedEx, Kinko's, and pick it up. To set us up for success.
I like that idea. Yes. Okay. Good feedback. Jerry.
I think I have no more substantive comments. I think it would be easier to draft and easier to understand if you just broke this up into exterior sign and
Yeah.
interior sign.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Yep, it's gonna happen. Wait, you'll see it next month. Thank you. Okay, but that's all good feedback. I think that's good because I can keep refining that for you. I think we're closer. And then, so the other big thing, page 18, events. So following our meeting, did consult with Dan about this and this language, shared what we had talked about and kind of what we really felt the intent should be. And we pretty much stripped it down. So, events would be events and activities that exceed maximum overnight or daytime occupancy limits. Just really going off of, the intent of this is not to prevent anyone from celebrating a birthday or an anniversary or something. What it's really about is making sure that there's the appropriate number of people in the home based on what we've determined for occupancy. And then number 2, events and activities for which a temporary use permit is required and has not been issued. So the county does have opportunities for temporary events. We do have temporary use permits. And there's a wide array of activities and events that fall under that. That is a separate review and permitting process. So, and today, that's available to anybody. And so basically.
Where do we find that?
That is in the land use ordinance. So we do them for filming. Netflix is always here. Toyota is always here. As you can imagine, we've got amazing scenery, right? We do them for weddings. We do them for events at wineries. We will do them if someone's having some sort of private event at their home. We do them for relays and fun runs. So there's already a place if someone wanted to do something outside of the scope of what's in this ordinance, there's a separate process to review that. And it's actually more extensive because it does require Public Works. It does require the Sheriff's Office. It may require state or county parks. So that mechanism exists. And what we were thinking is we would just separate them and say, if it's if it falls in that category, you have to have a permit for it or it's not allowed. So what do you guys feel about that? Terry?
Could you tell me where to find the daytime limits?
They are in here. Let's see. You know what, I have one of these at home. So daytime.
Page 11.
Thank you. Right, so maximum daytime occupancy for any short-term rental shall be limited to the overnight maximum occupancy plus 6 additional people.
Plus 6, and that's found, tell me where you found that again.
No, page 11.
Page 11, okay, thank you so much.
Yes, Pam?
So I'm not familiar with that temporary use permit thing, but as I'm reading this, if somebody has an event that does not require a temporary use permit by the county's land use ordinance, and it exceeds the max, like if they had 2 additional people over and above the daytime limits, then basically that's prohibited, period.
Correct.
They can't even if it's not required to have a temporary use permit, there's just no way they can have 2 more.
It would
period.
follow, based on the way this is written, it would follow
So-
the language for maximum daytime occupancy.
So if they wanted to have 2 more, then they might as well make it into a big event and get a temporary use permit so they can have 2 more.
Potentially, yeah. And then
Seems
that
silly,
would
but-
fall again under that different review process with parking, Public Works, Sheriff's Office, maybe parks, fire department's usually involved.
Liquor license.
Well, maybe not, it depends. Yes, Jerry?
To me, this is, Pam's mentioning, the problem of trying to draw a fine line and things that are just over the line one way, 2 more people or 2 less. I think the thing that kind of informs this is that none of it's going to kick in unless there's a complaint. Right, so this is what we'll be falling back on if there's a complaint, and then there needs to be a look at whether or not something's violated, as opposed to someone scoping out this house to make sure what the what the violations are, what the limits are, so you can report them every single time there's 2 more people. That's not gonna happen. It'll happen when there's noise. It'll happen when there's crowds. And then you look back at the statute, and then, you gotta draw a line. You can't say reasonable because it's too subjective. You've gotta have a line somewhere, and that's kind of been determined by whatever's gone into making the activity permits. So, I don't think you have to worry too much about it being too detailed or drawing too fine of a line that's arbitrary, because the filter is none of it's gonna apply unless there's noise in a complaint.
Thank you. Bruce, and then Gus.
I just want to reserve the objection to the 6 additional people. We haven't discussed that yet.
We have not.
And I take exception to that, so when we get to that point, we'll get to it.
So Bruce, though, I appreciate that, but fundamentally stripping the language that was there before
Right.
and focused more on an occupancy threshold rather than the type of event, are you still in agreement with
Yes,
that?
I am.
Okay, all right. Gus,
This is a county ordinance,
correct.
and we all understand the temporary use to some degree. Some much more familiar with it than others. How does a client ever find out about that?
So,
This is my big right. When I moved to Oregon, I had surprise after surprise because it was buried down in ordinances that I was not familiar with. So how does a client find out about these temporary use requirements for events?
sure. So one of the steps that's happening concurrently with this review is staff is in process of creating and updating all of our forms. There's language changes that will necessitate updates to the forms anyway, and also kind of a Q&A fact sheet that we will put on our website for people to use. And then a summary of the changes will be mailed to all of the vacation managers and owners. We've done that before. We will continue to do that work to make sure they are informed moving forward as best as we can.
Well, as I see it, it's more applicable to the agency. The agencies would get involved.
You mean the
Alerting.
management?
Yep.
The management.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be a gotcha, because again, sometimes the guests just move people around and have a function, they'll rent 3 full homes, and they'll kind of move together, and so I don't know.
I mean, this whole ordinance is gonna take a lot more communication, because, they may not know till they show up with the whole group, and it's too late then.
And here's the problem with that. I mean, I don't disagree with that, what you said, but the problem with it is that there's so much at stake here for screw-ups. A person could lose their short-term rental permit with a couple of these.
Right.
And I can sense that occurring. And then for the property manager, then what's our liability at that point? We have some, I'm assuming.
I know, like on Airbnb, there are always kind of do's and don'ts, like specific, like no pets, no large groups, no parties, things like that. They're like right up front when you kind of pull up a booking.
Nicole and then Jerry.
So that was my comment when I know I wasn't at the previous meeting, but it was kind of like, the only reason I would have this event language, because it really is coinciding with what's already in there under the maximum occupancy, so it's kind of redundant, would be is if it gave law enforcement a bigger tool to help, like if the owner follows all the rules, the manager follows all the rules, we're just facilitating the guests, and the guests do what they're gonna do. Who's in trouble? So if it gave, that's why I kind of supported this, is if it gave some teeth to law enforcement, to help us out. I mean, it really has never happened. I've done this for 15 years. I managed 70 houses. Like, I've never had to, but if you go down the whole line of it, and I've done my job all the way, and like I said, this is rare. It's an extreme circumstance. It's just, I've had some kid parties. I kicked them out.
Right.
It's not like, but like following this down its whole conclusion, who's in trouble for not following the rules, who's punished, and
Well,
it's
this is a
not,
regulation on the operators, not
Yeah.
the family from Seattle is not gonna get a ticket, I
Right.
don't envision.
so as much as we follow all the rules and do everything possible, they're the ones in trouble. So I thought this could be supported part of the ordinance if it gave law enforcement teeth to go in and break it up, because what I've been told is if they're not breaking,
They can do that, but in terms of, citation, the citation
You
would
could
go
still
to the
get-
operator.
yeah. And then,
And noise is a good example. It's noisy, the sheriff's deputy is gonna say, turn it off.
without a
That's-
noise ordinance. So my other follow-up was, if, honest to God, it's the owners that have bigger parties at their homes. So if I get the call, I get the thing, and I say, it's the owner's guest in the house, none of this applies. They can do whatever they want.
And this is a different noise standard. I don't know do you have a noise standard in this
We do
county?
not, we do
Yeah.
not have a
So-
noise ordinance, so
Yeah.
what applies here about being heard outside of the property lines during quiet time does not address noise during the day. It says
Yeah.
quiet time hours, that's where it would be enforceable.
And if it was an owner being noisy outside of quiet time in this ordinance, then they can carry on.
That's right.
Because there's no license at stake,
And they can park where, they can exceed parking and occupancy and,
That's right.
because there's no license at stake, yeah.
Yeah. Karen. So, I'm so, sorry, Jerry, Karen, just a minute. I'm so sorry. Jerry. No, that was my bad, that was my bad.
In
I'm
response-
so sorry, Jerry.
In response to Bruce, when I hear this is gonna happen without our knowledge, this is gonna happen without our control, I accept that, and so then the question becomes, who bears the risk and burden of that? The neighbors or the management company? We have to, and to me, where you draw that line depends on how often these kinds of things occur and are the sorts of complaints. And then I circle back to when I look at the surveys that have come in, barking dogs and noisy parties and parking have been the three on every survey. So to me, the likelihood that this is gonna become a complaint and happen more often does two things. One, it means we do have to have a stricter regulation. And two, the managers, it's something that's worth the managers doing something more to keep from happening. I don't want to put a whole bunch of burdens on the managers for little ticky-tack things, but parties and barking dogs are the big things, and they're why this committee was formed, was the
I agree
complaints.
with you, and the question is, what are the repercussions of, again, how tough is this gonna be on 2 strikes and you're out, or 3 strikes and you're out, kind of a thing. And I'd like to just see this kind of coming up quite often, not quite often, but, so.
Which, if it's gonna come up often, that only strengthens
Well,
the remedy, now.
I
So
just tell you by
the
practice.
bigger the problem is, the
Yeah.
more it merits. the
That's why I
stronger
wanna have
steps.
this discussion too on the maximum occupancy too, the number, because it's.
The objective is to avoid the extremes of where,
Right.
like in Lincoln County, where they've never logged any strikes over all these years versus kind of the, police state that you fear. Now, I don't think you want it in the middle somewhere so that you've got a set of reasonable regulations that the managers are used to and conversing and communicating to the clients before they leave their homes and come to the coast, so that you've got peace in the valley. And going forward, operationally, the number of enforcement and complaints should go down, down, down until everyone's got the program down and it's humming along, and you walk down the street and you can't tell which one is an STR and which one is. That would be like the perfect state of affairs.
Karen.
So property managers, don't you have clients sign something as to the rules?
yes.
Okay, and so
We don't.
you don't? I don't. You should.
Well, don't tell me how to do that. Carol, I appreciate that. We don't. I'm not saying we won't in the future,
Yeah.
but we do not now.
Which
I've
in
been on
case,
for 15 years too, so.
One guest, the reserving guest, so then there's,
right,
yeah.
well, that's their responsibility. At least it shows you did some due diligence in saying, these are the rules. You have signed them.
Do they pick up keys at the office and then go into the house, or is it all self-check-in? So you don't actually even see or talk to your customers before they rent a house?
Some of them are like that.
So you
COVID.
don't actually see the renters that are
Well,
going
I'm not talking about me, but some
We-
allow
No, ma'am.
people
We do.
just to
You
check
do,
it.
but at
We do
Happy
all those.
Camp, it's
Yeah.
all right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
But
That's
most
good.
places
Many-
used to
many
have to go
places.
get
Just
keys
give
at
them.
an office and then go to the house. But now it's all self-check-in, or 90%?
A lot of it's.
Probably.
I mean, I
Half
could
of
talk
it.
about this for a long time, but yeah, it's the trend. We have guests collect at our office, at all our homes where are within 3 miles,
Mhm.
but the guests' reviews are overwhelmingly negative for that lately because of, nobody else does it. We're old school, we're old fashioned.
So the vetting process has gotten really lax, then you just, these people can reserve online, do a few emails, walk up to the house with a code, get in, leave, and nobody actually even sees them.
Yeah, that's why they like it.
Yeah,
COVID.
no,
I
I
don't
understand
think
that,
having
but
a
then
code
there's less
makes it
accountability
lax.
because these people
Yeah.
can come in and/or rent a place and have somebody else show up and just get into the house.
And really, there's no foolproof on who comes in and gets the keys anyway. There's holes in all of it, so.
But when you check into a hotel, you have a driver's license and you basically have to check in with a lobby.
Not anymore. I check into Marriott's without.
Well, they're changing because they're taking the
COVID.
short-term
COVID
rental
brought all
approach
those
where you don't
procedures
see
in.
anybody, you just do a few emails back and forth so that the vetting process of the people actually renting the houses has gotten really lax.
And it's a lot about COVID.
But
So-
also, the managers don't want, wild nuts showing up and trashing the place. So if it swings too far that way, I think you're gonna see that the owners and managers are gonna come up with a way to just make sure who's there.
Yeah, I have a code, but I get a contract and ID from guests, so I do some vetting. I'm only at one place, so that's just an example, but
Well, and
It's-
the reason I bring it up is I feel like I'm the campground host when people show up on the weekends.
Yeah.
Because they all drive by my house to go to all the STRs, they don't know where they're going, they don't read the signs in the places.
Yeah.
They're just doing whatever they want, and they park on the streets and all this stuff. And so I feel like I have to be the one to remind them, okay, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, you gotta do this. But shouldn't that be on the management companies of these STRs?
absolutely.
I could add you to
It's
staff.
your phone.
Yeah, right.
Okay. So largely what I'm hearing is the critical piece of this is the communication. It's the communication between the managers or the owners and the customers, and that if that communication occurs, this shouldn't be an issue.
Well in advance of the customers leaving their house in
Right,
Seattle.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
okay.
Just one small thing.
Yes, Jerry.
Technically, under this, attended barking dogs are legal.
Yeah, good point.
That's,
Yes.
that's true.
We have a
No.
sheriff's deputy here.
I know.
I know.
I actually don't. I don't think you
So-
should change it. If it's an attended barking dog, you can do something about it. Or you can call and complain about it. But it's the unattended barking dogs left out on the balconies. Those are the big source of the complaints that
I was gonna say, based on the survey work
Yeah,
we've done, it's
exactly.
been the unattended
I just wanted to
dogs.
note that. It's
Yes.
it's discrimination against unattended barking dogs.
What's with the, why have we unattended on it?
So you say barking dogs.
Yeah.
I think probably barking dogs. You expanded the universe. People walking down the street with a barking dog.
You're sitting
at
on the
very
deck
least,
admiring the
unattended
beach.
Barking dogs are
If
specific
they're on the
problem.
street, they're not in a short-term rental.
If they're staying in a short-term rental and they're walking down the street, people say barking dogs are illegal. I'm going to call it. So unattended barking dogs. That's the big nut. That's really.
Right, yeah, and that's through survey work that's been done before, so the intent of that is if you're at a rental, you go down to the beach and you leave your dog there on the deck by themselves and they're very upset. The neighbors call because there's a dog and no one's at the rental with the dog.
We want the owner to suffer along with the neighbors.
Or somebody just take the dog to the beach,
Yeah.
right?
That's right, that's right.
That's right, okay.
Flip the dog and Mickey.
So those largely reflect, I think that's the big work that reflects the conversations last week. So I will go back and circle back around and continue making some refinements to that. This ordinance is going to get very colorful as we move along, okay? And I will do my best to try to, make it as clear as I can. The other thing, just so you know, at the very bottom, the date track changes are always there. And I have these saved individually, right? So if you lose a copy of the January or the February or the March version, let Lynn and I know and we can send it to you, okay? But you'll always see the most recent date down there, okay? Okay, well, yes, Bruce?
I have, and Pam Selinsky and I were having a conversation informally last night, but, where does it say, who this is applicable to? What is a short-term rental? And my example is condominiums. Condominiums.
Okay.
I know you had said, and I looked this up, you said in the previous group's discussion, or comment that Pam had, you said, yeah, condominiums and motels are not included in this.
If condominiums are licensed through a different transient lodging licensing outfit, like the health department as more of a motel hotel,
Right.
they would not be regulated as a short-term rental. But the health department has recently made a determination that they are not going to be licensing like all the condo units in Nescoin. They are no longer licensing them as a motel hotel. They have to be
So you're
licensed as a
saying this
rental.
applies to like Nesco and Shores?
That's right.
All
Yes.
condominiums in the county
Yes.
now, unincorporated county, are included in this then.
They've always been licensed one way or another, right? So it's always been one or the other, but it's largely dependent upon if they met the criteria to be licensed as a motel hotel through the health department. And so that determination has been made that with those individual units and not the entire development as a whole, it is not a motel or hotel. That's why we saw that spike. That's one of the the reasons the spike before July went up is because all of those condos will no longer be licensed as a motel hotel as of January 1st of 2023. So they had to get to use the condo units as transient lodging. They had to get short-term rental permits.
That decision is
It's
made by whom?
that was made by the health department
State of
based
Oregon.
on state guidelines.
By the state of Oregon?
Yes,
That's the reference to Administrative Rule Division 29.
yes. So those decisions have been made for us.
On page 5, where short-term rental is defined,
Right. And so,
And then on page 6, where it imposes the obligation to get the license.
okay, yep, all right, so, we've been at this for an hour. Before we go back, we left off at transferability with Jerry. Does anyone want to take a couple of minutes to stretch your legs before we jump into the next part? Okay, why don't we take 5 minutes and then we'll come back. And try.
Did I know?
January 1.
No, I didn't know that. But, I mean, that's a huge problem for this going resort.
Go ahead and get back to it. So, also, quick discussion. Y'all wanna take a lunch break or something today? At least even 30 minutes? Okay, I mean,
Short one.
short one.
Pack it in.
So how about around 11:30, 12 o'clock, we'll stop and take a 30-minute lunch? That'd be amazing.
There's probably only one place to go, or two places.
Yep.
That's probably south, don't go north.
Yeah.
You got traffic road.
Oh, yeah, that's
I
right.
thought there was a rec stop.
There's there's J&D Oyster that has, I think they have some stuff other than just, oysters. There's the market. You can try to run into town real quick. You are welcome to bring something back here and eat it at the table, absolutely. But okay, so we'll stop on or around then. And that's great, because that'll give me a chance to go through my hearing materials real quick while y'all go and enjoy your lunch. All right. Okay, so moving on. Jerry, you are up. So we are at transferability.
Okay, last time people kind of looked kind of side-eyed at me because I started with definitions.
Yes, you did.
But I don't think you can address transferability without defining two things: what's an owner and what's a transfer. have to deal with that before you can write the regulation about what transfers are going about. It's critical preliminary work. So that was why I started with that.
Okay.
And I also thought that what was already written was pretty good. And so I wanted to say, I think the work that has already been done to define things in there, really, I didn't have a lot of beef with. It says, definition of owners is on
Page 5?
5. Yeah, it was 5 and 6, if I remember right. Yeah, owners on 5, transfers on 6.
And where's the operative language on transfers?
On
Well,
page 9.
Yeah, no,
So Jerry, while you're doing that, I have a question about,
it's, okay, wait a minute, it's on page 6, the
The
top.
definition, but the
The
operative
definition.
The
language
definition of
is on
transfer.
page 9.
Okay, Dan.
why does it matter?
Shall I tell you?
Yeah, because
Okay.
if there was the certain provisions that would potentially shrink the pool size, and there was this 5-year amortization period, and so there was some kind of right that you couldn't just pick up every year. But if that's put on a shelf somewhere and not considered at this point as it's currently constructed, does it matter since everyone has an STR license, has to come in every year and prove up?
It matters because there is some discussion about it not applying to everybody. That's one of the things that has been tabled, or not applying if it reduces numbers. Here's the specific things. There's a lot of concern about different types of ownership that are out there. Individual or family ownership, commercial ownership, corporate ownership, LLCs, timeshares, or fractional ownership. And as I read these, what was written, and I thought you had participated in this from the nature of the language. But,
Right, when those provisions were in there, it mattered, but if they're not in
okay, well,
there.
let me go forward. We, I think, are still concerned about whether or not things are corporation owned or not, whether a license is going to be perennial and can never be taken away for any reason, if just because it's a corporation, the corporations never die, or it's a partnership and the partnerships never die, or it's inherited stuff that as long as you inherit, you haven't transferred, ownership. So you start by saying ownership is everybody with a present ownership interest, including people with a present ownership interest in the corporation, LLC, and by the way, the certificate should reflect all owners so that we'll know when a transfer happens. And the way transfer is defined is anytime you add or subtract owners or change them. And that's the design of what's in here right now. And so I think, well, right now it says everybody that has an ownership in the property or the business entity that owns it, those are owners. Anytime there's a change in those by adding, subtracting, or changing, that's a transfer that whatever rules we write that take effect upon the transfer of ownership, that tells you when these rules apply. And just because it's still the same corporation doesn't mean the new rules don't apply because there has been a change in ownership. And then I said the real exception to that situation is probably marriages or divorces where you don't want to say there's been a change of ownership because there's been a divorce and now the wife's name or husband's name is no longer on the property. So it matters because we still are going to have some things that take effect upon a transfer. And you've still got to define it carefully or you're going to start seeing people working really hard to get around them. And this will happen, but
It's a very tricky cat and mouse game for sure. That's why my impulse is just try to avoid it altogether.
Well, with that though, there's also language in the ordinance that is there's steps that are required or actions when there is a transfer. So with or without the attrition piece, I do like this because it helps us all understand when a transfer occurs, there's a small section of what the new owners have to do, like give us their information and let us know in a timely manner.
Sign up.
Yeah.
So when it matters, it will matter, and when it doesn't, it doesn't. Either way, we need to know when that's true. When we need to know when this event has happened, and then we decide what happens as a result of the event or what doesn't happen as a result of the event. But we don't have to circle back and argue about whether or not there's been a transfer or whether or not these are owners. You've defined those. Now you can get down to what rules take effect upon a change and which ones don't. And if that then requires you to refine your definitions, you do that. But first you get the basics down. And I knew this would be complicated, so that's why I'm being didactic here. I'm setting it down kind of in pieces. Let's define owners. Let's define transfer. then let's argue about what rules apply when there is transfer, isn't it transfer? And we don't have to rehash those arguments, let's circle that. There, Sarah, that's, my personal single view on the committee is that the way it's been defined, now that you've added the word present interest, so that people that might have an interest in the future because right now they're in the will, or, you know, they have some estate plan or other kind of plan to become an owner in the future. In the law, sometimes that can be deemed an interest. So I suggested that Sarah add present interest, so we're only talking about current, not people that are expecting to be an owner in the future. So
In the
that's-
definition of
In the
owner.
definition of owner. In the definition of transfer, I mean, yes, damn, people are gonna go right to work trying to get around this, but you gotta start, you don't give up by, and you try to
Come on,
solve.
give up.
You don't solve the, you don't give up on the ones you can solve and let the enemy, perfect be the enemy of the good. I like the simple way that this ordinance, maybe it was you, Sarah, whoever I'm complimenting, the simple idea is define owners as everybody, and when you change somebody, that's a transfer of ownership. And if there are gonna be some legal gray areas there, let them be litigated. But you've stated a pretty good, solid, sensible, easy to understand basic line, and can move on to now what should happen when those things happen in terms of the regulations that apply to the license, or whether or
We
not.
are monitoring developing news about former President Jimmy DeHart. He is America's oldest living president. Word coming from the Carter Center that he's begun hospice care at home.
Maybe back.
That's not.
Okay.
That's old
Sorry.
news.
I don't know why
That's old news.
Yeah, right,
Catching up,
Jerry,
people
it's
around the
okay,
country.
okay.
We all thought he died.
Jerry,
Okay,
if
sorry.
you're good,
There-
Pam,
that's-
I think Pam has a comment for you.
No, I bet you, I
Okay.
expect you.
I really believe that it should be transferable and that spouses and family members who inherit should be allowed to inherit without it being a transfer. But it should be at least transferable on one sale. But I'm wondering, is your intent, because you mentioned attrition, you're really trying to reduce the number of short-term rentals. It seems very, very obvious. And Jerry, you're saying that you suggested to Sarah that she add the word present. So are you working with them in between these meetings
That
to?
was, no, Sarah,
No,
that's the
it
last
wasn't the
meeting, it's on the
meeting.
record.
No.
It's on the
That to add the
record,
word
and it's
present.
Pam,
And
let
I
me
got
be
jumped
clear.
on
Yeah. No.
he's changing definitions.
Oh, well,
There- and
now
there's
you're jumping
no-
on
I don't know if we reached consensus on it.
Are you, do you
Yeah.
have a
No.
hair
We
trigger
did
about what's
not,
going
that's
on?
why we started there.
I am.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So,
We don't know what the heck he's thinking until.
Are you having side discussions with Bruce? I understand you are.
Yeah,
we
well,
did.
but he just closed
yeah,
it.
okay, so let's circle back around and focus, please. All right, so
I
what
apologize.
we're talking about
I totally respect you.
are
You know
the two definitions for ownership and transfer. That's where we left off, and as Jerry mentioned, this was kind of the groundwork for then moving into whatever the committee decides they want to discuss with the transfer program, because there's a couple of pieces. It's not just about an attrition, it's not just about what constitutes a transfer and what those requirements are. There's a couple of things that these definitions are tethered to in here. So I think the first step is, does everyone agree with both of the definitions?
I don't need to agree with them. I'm with Mr. Kearns right here that it's kind of the cart before the horse. The purpose of the transfer would depend on how the reduction methods are applied. So until we know that,
Okay.
then we'll talk about the transfer restrictions, I think.
Sarah, can I ask you a clarifying question?
Yeah.
By having these two definitions in here, does this change, I mean, you got the strikeout right now on this
Yeah.
transition stuff, but does this change anything that you're doing right now in the future? If someone says, okay, I sold my place to him, and
Yeah.
I need to transfer it now.
Right.
And so I have to go through that process and transfer it, and I assume that there's a fee associated with that.
So right now, there's not.
There's not a
And
fee,
here's
But that's a
where,
good idea.
but yeah, here's where the language, so these definitions to me are important. One, because it tells you who can have, like who, it defines owner.
Right.
And I think to have a transferability component, no matter what it is, you have to talk about what a transfer is. The problem is that we have companies and owners that will sell a home And we don't know for 6 months because nobody tells us.
Right.
And then, as you can imagine, that creates some administrative issues, or if there is a complaint on the property, we reach out, that person says, we sold it 3 months ago. You know, and so I think these definitions are important because we have to have a section in here, folks, that talks about what's required to transfer, letting us know within 30 or 60 days. Management companies will change. Some of you guys are awesome about letting us know what you're picking up and what you're letting go, but not everybody is that way. And there's nothing in there right now that says how that should work. So no matter what happens with anything else, including attrition, I gotta have something.
So what is the time period of transfer then?
I believe in here it talks about 30 days. I gotta go to that
So right
section.
now, there isn't.
There isn't, it's silent, and so that's why we don't know, but
I
I
just
mean,
wouldn't want someone to lose their STR permit by exceeding 30 days.
No.
Like 60 days seems
Yeah, and
fair.
I gotta go
I know
to
when
that
you're moving,
section.
you're buying a new house, there's so many things to set up.
Right.
It's like,
totally.
you know, utilities and all these things, and it can be a lot, so maybe that just gives a little bit of extra time.
And I don't see you
Something
lose your
really
permit,
personal.
the seller wouldn't care, they're gone.
Right.
The new person is supposed to come in and sign up. So I don't see there's a real consequence
Yeah.
for missing
It
it.
is
Especially-
though a little bit. If you're selecting a management company, then they're the ones that do the paperwork for you. So that might take some
They
interview
could
time.
Mess it up
some-
for you.
They could mess it up for you, but they
Yeah.
could also, I mean, just the time it takes to establish that relationship, decide which road you're gonna go. You buy a new house
Uh-huh.
and you don't know exactly, you're like, hey, I might wanna do this, I'm gonna see what it entails, I'm gonna do my research, you know, like there's a lot of if, ands, or where you're
Yeah.
gonna end up. Cause I've had owners buy their house, they're doing some work, they're doing some things they didn't realize, and then they come and I'm like, we didn't get to this. They just knew they bought it with a permit. I mean, it's like having realtors know the whole process, where we have a lot of Valley influence realtors in our area that don't know our intimate details of our short-term rental ordinance. You know, they're just like, yeah, it's a transferable permit, you can go for it. I mean, I've had that come up now with the re-inspections that we weren't previously doing. That person buys a house, all of a sudden I have to get a re-inspection after I buy it. All of a sudden I have 10 grand to work on my deck that I didn't know was coming. I mean, because the re-inspection wasn't done prior to the purchase. So it's a long process, and I think, giving people time to get that figured out is.
I see it akin to when you move and you have a certain amount of time with the state to change your address for driver's license purposes. And if you don't, there's a real consequence in that you don't get notices or, warrants or anything like that. And so there's, I think, like a 30-day.
30?
It's, but there's also, it's a big problem if you don't do it for you personally.
Yeah.
But there also is contingent sales. The sale of a property is contingent upon being able to get a transfer. So it's not just a matter of, it requires a new permit within a period of time. There's an obligation to serve that contingency sale.
So I can add, I don't want to let go of my screen with the sticky notes. I will find that, so let's go ahead and use our cards. How does everybody feel about a 60-day grace period to complete a transfer? Go ahead.
Oh, to apply or complete it?
Well, or to at least apply.
Okay.
Yeah. And we currently do not charge a fee for that, but there is administrative cost. There may be a nominal fee included with that. Gus, I didn't see your card, thank you all. What do you think about that?
Are you agree with that?
60 days?
Instead of 30? To apply?
I'll put up a yellow.
What page is this on?
So I'm just making a note on page 9,
9.
What page is it transferred to?
but I don't know if that's where it is, but since we're talking about it, I'm gonna add it.
We don't know where it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta find it.
So-
Okay,
So it doesn't
yes.
get lost in the shuffle?
Yes.
Then the other thing that I mentioned was.
Yep, so circling back around to Jerry.
On page 7,
Yep.
the application, I don't think it's real clear right now that the application needs to include the names of all the owners, so that the county knows when there's a change.
Okay. So,
Not
moving
big
to
enough.
page 7,
Somewhere it's gotta be listed. Or the arguments. Well, I always owned it, I was always an owner. It's not
on
changed.
page 7, section 50A1,
Yeah,
Jerry's proposing that all owners be listed on the application.
it's gotta be established somewhere so that you know when there's no change.
All owners within a corporation as well?
Well, we've already defined owners,
All
so we just say
present
all
So,
owners.
but
all
have
owners.
we reached
Oh, I see what you're
consensus
saying.
on defining owners? Because I don't know if I agree with that change there.
The
To adding
present,
present. Yeah, I'm concerned about ruling out future interests, like if I haven't put my child on my LLC, that would be a transfer that would maybe be prohibited in the future.
so what does that look like, Dan? Is that something,
Um,
because if the LLC still is the owner, but you would all be the agents, is that right?
Yeah, like I'm the agent, but my husband's not an agent, or sole member, my husband's not, my son's not.
Yeah, there's usually just one agent for purposes of service, but in terms of a corporation, there are officers of the corporation,
We're
And
not, we're sole members.
or not. And so it depends on what you want to do. For Gearhart, for example, prohibits transfers, and it ropes in corporations can't transfer, and I think they have now gotten to the point where they realize that the corporation stays the same, but the board of directors turns over, so I think they've now addressed that. But a lot of houses are family trusts,
Yeah,
and
that's
so, if you add, a new beneficiary, you have a new kid, add a new beneficiary to the trust, I think in Gearhart, that's a big problem. So it depends on what you want to do. I don't think that, given the way owner is described, and if you want the application, you want to have on record with the county the list of all the owners, so you could watch this, then I would say if you add a new corporate member that has an ownership interest in the corporation, you would have a certain amount of time to come in and just add that name. And at this point, it shouldn't matter, you just come in and do it, but if there is one of, like Gearhart has, that, if it changes that way, you lose your license, that's kind of a big deal, and then it really matters,
So that would have,
because you can't just get a new license.
Right.
so then if transfer means the addition or substitution of owners not included, then by what you're saying, it would constitute a change in
Yeah.
ownership that then would also then hit the definition
It would
of
trigger
transfer.
all this chain of events, which right now it doesn't have much of a consequence in this draft.
But it will with it.
But in Gearhart, it's a big deal.
Well, and how much of this is worth admin time at the county? Every time a kid's born in a family trust or a,
It depends on what you recommend for transferability.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Just Secretary Terry.
You mentioned that a lot of the houses are held in trust, so how does that work? Can you-
I think as opposed to individuals, that's considered a corporate entity. But a lot of, the beach houses that are owned by families, and they're just, owned individually by the family, by the parents. But as the kids grow up, what they typically do is they form a trust, so they put the house in the name of the trust, and the trustees are all the kids. So that's how you don't just transfer it to one of your kids. So the trust model is real common for family beach houses along the coast. And so that's why it was a big problem what Gearhart did.
So is that changing the owner then?
That would be a change of ownership to a corporate entity, which Gearhart prohibits.
Right, which would then the definition of transferability would apply.
Yeah.
Jim?
Yeah, I'm hearing the one side, and the thing that was motivating this was that we should find out. I don't think that a short-term rental certificate should become a family asset that passes through generations. Similarly for trusts.
so when their parents die, they have to sell their rental? I mean, they have to sell their beach house?
They have to abide by whatever we say happens. Should have a policy discussion, yes. If someone inherits your house, that's a transfer of ownership, and just like selling the house, whatever applies to that transfer of ownership should apply. Otherwise, let's just have a vote on whether or not short-term rental should be forever, you know? Like-
That's
well,
extreme.
The cart
Just-
before the horse.
Oh,
You're
thing.
getting
okay,
too
only
far
as
to
long as
land
there
use
are
here.
kids and it gets passed down in the family. To me, that's, you know, that's big.
I mean, this
That's
is, the
huge.
model that this proposes is a license, an annual license, not a forever permit. So we're not talking forever. Let's not talk about forever.
But the key is what we have tabled is the renewal. So we've tabled two things
Right.
for right now. We've tabled the attrition piece with transferability and the grace period for multiple renewals before having to reapply. So those have both been tabled, right? But I think where this becomes important is that should the committee choose to recommend to the board that there be some sort of limitation on transferability for anybody based on the definitions we're discussing, what would that look like? How long?
How long?
How long, right? So some feel if it's, you know, and I would go back to public comments and other things, reference other conversations as well. If it's something like in Hillary's example of, I'm going to put my son on it as make my son part of my LLC. And if that then constitutes a transfer, and let's say the committee recommends to the board, you get 3 transfers over the lifetime of the license. It can be renewed every year within that 3-time transferability length piece. Hillary, just by including her son, even though it's still in the family, that would then take away one of those transferabilities, right? So it's not just, I think this is important because it's not just about if I sell my home and then that license transfers, but there's only 3 times, so, you know, somewhere down the line, somebody's going to sell it again, but then all of a sudden that license is no longer transferable. So if it's an outright sale or if it's some sort of inheritance or acquisition piece, it becomes important if the committee chooses to recommend to the commissioners that we don't let these licenses renew in perpetuity. There has to be a limitation on how long they can renew it
Do we
or
know
transfer.
Do we know how the committee feels about it? I mean, has there already been any sort of?
Well, so I mean, we left off with transferability today. We've got 2 definitions on the table. You know, I think there's some great discussion about what comes first, but we can dive into that now if you guys want.
Well, and I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if I add somebody to my trust, if I add somebody to my LLC, does that constitute the change? Can somebody buy the LLC, which includes the property? Can somebody, I mean, like how finite into everybody's business is this all getting? If I have a baby, if I have a kid that passes away, if my stepmom passes away, I mean, it's all kind of an intrusive feeling, like.
It's a
If
change
this
in
is where it's all
ownership.
going?
It's a change, right, so it's not life changes, it's that change in ownership, that's the piece.
If that changes an estate holder.
Why don't we, I say we want, but agree to these definitions at this point,
Okay.
with the recognition that once we start talking about those major issues, we might have to come back and tweak some of the definitions. Right now, it seems kind of like
That was my suggestion, I
Yeah.
completely agree with that.
yeah.
Just
Yeah.
take this
Timing's
period
okay.
and go on it.
But listing of owners is a useful thing, and for whatever you decide to do, what I recommend is just rely on, you know, if it's a corporate entity, you have to register with the Secretary of State's office and keep those records current. And so kind of, if people are gonna lie, it's easy to figure that out, because they would be lying to a higher agency than the county. That's like in Hood River, for example, residency is established by your driver's license or your voter records, and you know, if you're gonna lie to the state about where you vote, that's kind of a big deal, and we're not gonna fly spec your voter records, but the state might. So I think you can rely, whatever you decide to do, you can rely on these other agencies and their monitoring of who are your corporate officers and those sorts of things. You don't need to have the county doesn't have to have a corporate lawyer on staff to bird dog these things. You don't want to do that.
Right. And it goes back to the intent of what are we trying to do? First and foremost, I would say, speaking for the department, I need something that gives us some guidance and some parameters to say, folks, we need your information within 60 days. We need to update your records. We need to make sure, especially think about all that online posting if we're going to do that. We want everything to be as current and as up to date as best as we
Again,
can.
if these STRs have as much value, the permit has as much value as we kind of all would agree to, that they have value on a real estate value. If someone's buying a place and it has an STR, I'm thinking that it's behooving them and their agent, the real estate agents, to make sure the transfer does occur timely. So,
Thank you. Terry?
Can we sort of vote on it or something? Like, we're talking a lot, but
Yeah.
what if we say, how many of us agree on 60 days notice to the county?
Sure. Oh, we
We
did
did
do
that.
We did
that.
that.
You graced your green card.
Okay, so that's done.
Yep,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Bruce's on the table is to go ahead and accept these definitions and then move on to the bigger questions of transferability and see if we have to tweak
yeah,
retroactively.
when we do
Yeah.
move on to that.
Yeah.
I would second that motion if it's a motion. Is we're
That's a
doing
temporary
procedure.
acceptance of these definitions, though, right?
Duly
It's a
noted.
provisional.
I mean, can't we, I would
Provisional.
just strike
Provisional.
present.
I agree with that.
Okay.
We gotta get something going so we
I
don't.
don't
do
understand
circle.
them enough to agree with them, like the outcome of it, so.
So maybe, okay, so there's a couple
can
of things
talk
we
about
can
the
do.
outcome.
We can move to talking about transferability now. We have time today. This is a really important discussion, so if you'd like to stay on this topic, or we can go back and keep going with the other topics.
Let's
It's
do
up
it.
to you.
Yeah, I think we can stay. It'll save us rehashing it when we go back to it.
Okay?
I'm still in the cart before the horse scenario until we know the
Okay.
reduction methods. There's no point, like, there's so many little details of it.
So, I do want to make a quick clarification. I don't think transferability is solely related to reduction. I think the attrition piece is something that could be achieved through transferability, but it does not have to.
Right.
There's a lot of reasons why we need to talk about transferability that are not related to a reduction tool. So that has been tabled. We've confirmed that. So I would like to have a conversation about transferability as far as what else you think might be important. And then I guess my other question would be, when we talk about rentals coming into conformance with these regulations, right? We keep talking about we've got over 1,200, the work you're doing today, how do we take this good work and put it into what we have already got? Could that be through transfers? Could it be through renewals? So transferability may be a way to look at getting licenses adjusted to meet what's in here. There's a lot of things we can talk about with transferability. But I would say, Trish, Pam, it is not me. That is not my goal. So I just want to go on the record and say that too, because I've done a lot of work with vacation rental managers, and I just don't feel that way. And I hope people have seen my actions over the years to show that that's not how I feel. So we can talk about transferability in other ways. If the committee chooses to make it about attrition, we can have the conversation. That's up to you. But I think there's a lot more to transferability than just attrition.
So going back to Bruce's proposal.
Yep. And Hillary, you said that you don't like the word
I
present.
just don't like the word present, but with the transferability, I found it on page 9. Is that what we're talking about? Because it just says they're allowed, so.
There's something else in here. I gotta find, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I have
That's okay.
a marked up one at home and I
Because
did
if
not.
we're
find it.
allowing transfers, I don't know why we're going down
Well,
into the weeds about it.
Because it says that when you transfer, even if you add your son to it, you have to comply with the new rules. So if the new
Right.
rules
Maybe.
included 250 foot, well, maybe, but it
Okay.
says that they do.
Okay, so that's
We're
what
gonna
I.
move on to that.
That's what we're talking about now.
That's what we're
So-
talking
Yep.
about next, is what's
Yep.
the consequence of the transfer.
I can't even find it. There's one little print.
Yeah.
So do you want to have a general conversation about
Page nine.
transferability? How do you want to kick it
So
off?
I want to act on Bruce's proposal that we were kind of okay, so for the purposes of our discussion of
Yeah.
transferability, we know how we're defining it, and then maybe we might have to come back and say, oh, that puts a new light on it. But let's get something established to organize the discussion, so we can just now start about transferability and not then
Okay. So
have circular discussions.
So for purposes of moving forward with the discussion about transferability, can we tentatively agree, can we tentatively agree that the definitions are adequate to continue the conversation
Of those two terms.
on those two terms?
With the word present?
Yes.
Yes, with the word present. So it's tentative.
So when I
Why did we even have
get,
to?
because I do this paperwork, this is why I'm all up in this business. This form is not large. So like I'm thinking of several homes I manage that are owned by parents whose home is in a trust for their children. So then I get the list of every child and spouse and I put it on the form now
If they have an ownership interest.
in the trust.
That's right.
Which I'm not a trust expert, so now I'm explaining this.
You have to be named. They have to name them.
That's
They have to
a
go to a
lawyer.
lawyer and name them.
So I have to
So they
call
already-
their
So they have
lawyer.
to get their
They have
trust.
to- You
Well,
ask them,
it's
who's in the
typically-
trust?
and
Who's in the
it's-
trust? That
Well,
happens all the
that's what I mean,
time.
but I do all the,
Yeah.
I do all the application permit
Usually it's-
paperwork.
usually it's like,
I'm the
okay, there's-
notice person.
You know,
So
that-
now I'm getting the list of every child and spouse of the people in the trust
In the
and putting it
trust.
on the paper.
It's
Rather than just the name of this. Right now, like you said, it's all registered with the state. And I just list the LLC or the trust name currently. So now do I have to list all of that or can we trust what's on file with the state of Oregon?
That's what I'm saying. These higher authorities that deal with these go with what they have.
So do we
What
need
she's
to?
asking, you just put the LLC name on there, not
So
all the owners.
Can we?
The rest
Right.
of that's.
Right, but you'd have to track those down.
I do.
For someone would to put them on, so that the county
Put the names.
knows.
Put it on.
But isn't
The
just the
county-
LLC name, would that be sufficient?
Depends,
I mean-
well, it depends on how you define owner,
Yeah.
and right now, owner is defined as anyone with even an interest in a corporation.
Right.
Can we just list the corporation then? If it's all on file with the state, it's kind of redundant work, it sounds like.
Well, it
Owners?
depends, yeah. I guess so how would administrative staff know if there was a change if we're not informed?
It would be a change in the LLC.
And who's going to tell us that?
I mean, if the LLC didn't own the house anymore, you want to know who's on the LLC.
Who's an owner of the LLC?
Who's an owner of the LLC?
So can I jump in real quick? It seems that very simply on the Secretary of State's website, you can print the page out of the members of an LLC. I just went into my LLC and it lists myself and my husband for our business. So I would be asking you who are filling out the forms to go to the Secretary of State website. You search the LLC by name. You can print out the members of the LLC. So somebody can let me know if I'm incorrect, but it should be a very simple thing to print out and include with the application.
So each application includes the state.
If it's an LLC.
Yeah, to print out from the Secretary of State, which does two things. It proves that LLC is registered with the Secretary of State, which I believe was Mr. Kern's recommendation or point was somebody bigger than us is tracking this. And what's wonderful about it is they're tracking it and making it available publicly. So it'd be great if it was just included with the application. So just a thought.
Yeah, that's an easy way to, makes your job simpler.
Or the county's admin staff, and
No,
I
it
just
makes your
list the
job
LLC. I mean, if it's all there.
Is it also true for a trust?
Thank you.
I don't know.
I think it's a private document, but you have to have a trust statement. But when we're talking about trusts,
Which is this
we're
thing.
not talking about 50 people. Or, like next door to us, there's a house that was built by some wonderful people who then created a trust for their kids. And now there's two owners, the trustees that were in the trust that they created before they died.
Right.
And now they may create a trust for their kids. But that's why I said present interest, not people you intend to, but people actually, you went to a lawyer and you put these people on as trust beneficiaries of the trust. It's a big deal. You don't know who they are. There's only usually like 4, 3, 5. I mean, it's not massive.
Until
It's-
one of them's married and then I'm not in compliance with the 60-day
No,
transfer
we
rule.
exempted marriages.
Okay, or has a kid, or.
If they have a kid, the kid isn't just to automatically go on the trust. But if they go to a lawyer and add them to the trust, that's a big deal. That's
We're
a
filing
change.
a transfer
Yeah.
paperwork.
And I would say that the assessor records, so if you look at ownership records and deeds that are recorded for properties, if the trust buys the property, the trustees are usually listed, and those are the people that we are talking about. Because
It's always in writing somewhere.
yeah,
I
Yeah, but
think
that's
the biggest
present and
concern is
not
just
the-
not being in compliance with the 60-day transfer rule. And what's the purpose? Are we over bogging down the department with every time some little change happens and we're doing paperwork all day long to let them know that somebody added their newly adopted stepkid to their trust or something?
Yeah,
I mean,
what
it's-
is the purpose of
Yeah,
doing
the
this?
purpose of
Thank
the
you.
whole
No
down
one-
the road.
Well, if people aren't going to assert that that's, an owner, people are saying, just because I add somebody to my trust, they're not an owner, then I'm fine. But if later on they're going to say, no, that's an owner, or that person grows up and says, no, I'm an owner and I have been since I was 3, then it is a big deal to add someone to a trust. It is not minor. You have to go to a lawyer usually. You have to file it like a will.
Right.
It's not minor. And so it's not burdensome to ask people to make that known. Real estate ownership is a big deal.
Hang on just a sec. Sorry, Gus, before Pam, you jump in.
I would like to take a simplistic approach to that, this whole discussion, and say, I like the word entity. If we say entity of record, does that cover this?
No, because there's no public record of a trust.
Well, he talked about the state records.
That's for corporations and LLCs.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm talking about trusts. Trusts are private.
Yeah, trusts are
Is there a
tougher
reason for
to
that?
sniff out.
Yeah, it's just like wills. The state doesn't have your will.
It
It's
brings
just
in
like a will.
wills and
It's
everything.
an alternate to a will. That's what trusts are.
Somebody
I
tell
know,
me,
but I mean, it's private for a
where are we
reason.
at? Can I call the question?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we're still,
Didn't
we're
already vote?
trying
Yeah.
to, we have not voted yet on whether or not we're going to tentatively accept these definitions for purposes of continuing the conversation with note that Hillary would like present removed from the definition of owner. So let's start with if the definitions as they are written before you are sufficient enough to tentatively approve to continue the conversation, please raise your green card.
I'm still confused, so I'm not sure.
Okay, all right.
I don't know that.
So,
I just don't get what could happen, like, where it could go down, down the road if this,
because
it's very confusing.
Because depending on how you determine an ownership change as it's defined, it will impact your conversations about transferability. So right now, I guess the acknowledgement would be that this definition captures what a complete change in ownership would be. It's any change in who has an ownership interest,
Present ownership.
present. And yeah, so Pam?
So, Nicole, I would like to know the purpose of even having to do this, I can't think of any other purpose other than trying to reduce the total number of short-term rentals. That seems to be the only intent for applying these rules to transferability or defining what an owner is. Your purpose appears to be, and I can't think of any other reason, it appears to be that if I add my son to my trust and I report it, now all of a sudden I have to comply with the new rules, whatever they might be, and it's looking like they very possibly could include caps or density distances or 5-year limitations. So if anytime I make a slight change, if I get married and add my new husband to the ownership, then all of a sudden I have to comply. Well, that means I could lose my short-term rental permit. That is the problem. I just don't like any of this. I just think it should be out of here and that they should just be transferable, period.
Okay, so let's take a step back. Let's just look at the definition of owner. Right, because the definition of owner is not just about transferability, it's tied to everything in here.
So
right?
The purpose of the defining who is the owner is for notification.
Who's responsible?
Right. Why wouldn't that be covered with the owner of the trust if the trust is listed, or the owner of the LLC if the LLC is listed?
Right, but what if there's multiple?
Then that's on the state registry.
There's no state registry of trusts.
Yeah, but I mean, so
Right.
then you're violation other parts of the ordinance. You're violation of not getting the notices, you're violation of not responding in time, you're in violation of other parts that are addressed.
So let's think about this just as a license. Right, a license for a short-term rental. the owner has the license. So just taking huge steps back. Owner has the license. Do you feel like this definition adequately captures who has an interest and responsibility in that license? Terry?
Can I ask what your concern is about the word present?
Oh, me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm concerned that it kind of rules out things in the future that you might not know. So like if my LLC is the owner of my rental, and then in the future, I want to transfer that to my son or his family, that would, if then, transferability is reduced in the future, then he would not have that ability because he's not listed as a present owner because he's 10 years old. So it removes that, and it's, the owner is an LLC. All I should need to do is change the contact information of the person.
Yeah.
Because the changing of the ownership won't change. It's not actually a change of ownership, but they're calling it a change of ownership by saying that somebody doesn't have a present interest because I don't have a crystal ball as to who would be included on the LLC paperwork.
Yeah.
Jerry, what's your response to
Well,
that?
the reason I was concerned about it was because I just wanted owners to be present interest. If I own a house and I have a will and my will names children, those children in the law could have what's called an interest because assuming they outlive their parents, assuming the will is changed, they have a future interest in the property. And I didn't want those folks to be considered owners yet. I wanted it to be limited to just current owners. So that people just listed in the will, every time the will was changed, you've changed people who have a possible interest or a future interest. I didn't want that to matter to the county or the state or to anybody else.
Well, you just made it matter by adding that.
No, I excluded them from ownership.
Yep.
Oh, right, no, I don't want them to be excluded from ownership.
But
they don't own anything yet. They don't own anything yet.
You do.
I don't, an entity does.
Well, but see,
Well,
what
and
we're
that's
trying
the
to get
get
to,
around.
and
That's
what we're
people
having a
swirling
discussion
around
on.
and saying, I've done a change of ownership. They're still, by just changing the owners, I effectively have made this perpetual, except for renewals.
I'm
Yeah,
so
yeah.
sorry, if I could stop the conversation, please. If there's conversation in writing about what we're discussing, that's public comment.
Oh, sorry.
So is that something you'd like to share with the group, or are we done passing notes?
What do we do with me? My question was, where is there
Okay.
on numbers?
So Heather, you gotta wait till public comment. Thank you. So if we could move on from that, please.
I was concerned about the folks who possibly or intended to have an interest in the future. In the law, that's just kind of an interest, unless you put the word present in front of it.
Understood.
Then
I
now you-
understood. I understand both of you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have on the table with present and without present. And I think we're at a point to where we're probably, we gotta find somewhere in the
I
middle.
think I'm okay
maybe.
with this definition of owner.
Okay,
I just don't know about how to, when we're filling out the application, it just seems so messy and annoying and redundant to be like, okay, here's this person's kid. I mean, it just seems like admin mess to me to have to, anytime they change their trust, which apparently is private for a reason, can we just list the trust name? I mean, that's the legal entity, that's the owner, the list. And then if we're not responding in a timely manner to transfers, to fees, to any other reason the department needs to contact somebody about the house, and that is a violation of some other part of this. It doesn't need to be every time something happens, we're doing paperwork, and you guys are doing paperwork on 1,200 permits.
Okay.
Is my kind of where I'm coming from, the logistical, practical part of it.
thank you. Terry?
I would like to agree with that.
Okay.
Let's keep it simple. That's just my feeling. Write the name of the entity. The LLCs are available publicly. The trust isn't, but you can say the trust of Terry Warren, and that would be,
That's who owns.
Who's the owner?
That's the owner. So maybe we can keep it simple like that. Is there a big objection to that?
Yeah, because a trust exists forever. That trust will be the owner with no recognized change of ownership when the next generation takes over and the generation after that. There's got to be some limit.
Well, then you could object to that.
We-
But for now.
We always have to meet, I think where we're not seeing eye to eye is my understanding was even when, you know, time goes on and you renew, there might be some fire life safety changes you always have to meet anyway. So it's not like, yeah, it's not a totally like free pass for forever. You have to meet the ongoing fire and safety rules, whether an ownership changes or not. So I don't see how, you know, squirreling around that would change that.
You're assuming it's limited to fire, life and health safety changes, and we haven't had that discussion.
They're wanting to do caps. See, caps
That's-
and density limits. That will cause you to lose your license at the time you add a person to your ownership. So that is the problem, in my opinion.
And again, the way it is now, I think it's more of an administrative request from you. You want to know who the owner is at any particular time, right? And you're going to have to charge them $50 a fee. And I'm assuming part of that is you got a requirement for proof of liability insurance. You're going to want to make sure that liability insurance matches whoever that owner is, right?
Right,
So
so
you've got
that's,
some due diligence that you're doing.
Right.
that's-
and that I would say from the department, attrition, no attrition, for us, it's making sure that we have the right people on record that are responsible and holders of that license.
And in return, we'll get this little permit, we'll post on up there with the exact name, revised name, or whatever it is for you.
I mean, yeah, if every person in a trust is listed, is that gonna be posted in the house, and then the cousin's gonna show up and be like, what? Why is mine not on
the
this?
street?
Right.
And on
It
the
should be
street.
just the entity.
The entity would be, right, so it would
Yes.
just be the entity on the certificate.
That's it.
And on the permit, I think,
Right.
and on the insurance, and, you know.
Right,
That's
well,
Could we hold up cards about using the word entity as the placeholder?
and just not further define it.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a trust, if it's an LLC,
So it would, so looking at the definition, it would mean owner means the natural person or legal entity that owns or holds legal or equitable title to the property, period. Is that what you're saying, Terry?
I am saying.
Okay,
Yeah.
we want to take and again, so we are though back to the tentatively for purposes of moving forward with the discussion, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, see some cards?
This is just
Good
the
job,
owner
Terry.
definition.
Oh, no!
Okay,
This
You just gutted the whole.
right.
You just-
Okay.
the whole-
the
you know.
transferability, this is just owner.
Oh, this is just the definition of owner. Okay,
Does it have to be 100%?
Jerry, is there something,
It does.
so the majority of the group, right now, that vote may change later during the conversation, right? So what I would say is whatever definition we can get to, please keep that in your mind as we go back to the conversation. To keep the conversation going, Jerry, is there something using that first sentence that could be added that could at least bring you to a yellow card?
The only thing we could do is define legal entity, but, I will, I'm outvoted. We should move
The
on.
overwhelming majority
Yeah.
has spoken.
Well,
Well,
trying
that's the only
trying to keep everybody together. Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Are you okay with us
Yeah.
moving on just for
As long
now?
as no one gets irritated when I say, okay, now how does that apply to trusts?
Yep.
Okay, now how does that apply to LLCs?
Okay.
And then we're gonna come back and have to change this definition again.
Is
Just
the
for
word business,
transferability.
say business entity,
Yeah.
is,
No, owner, this applies to
So-
all definitions of owner.
Jerry, you said a natural person or legal or business entity.
You know, I do not wanna hold up the conversation, because I think we'll probably return to this, and it'll be clear to
We'll
everybody why it makes a difference
Okay.
when we get there.
Thank you. Okay, so for purposes of moving forward with the conversation, we're going to keep owner defined as the first sentence.
Strike the rest for now.
For now, that's right. Okay. So
Oh,
then, it's okay, Jerry.
equitable interest includes people that are listed in a will. Right?
Contract sale, owner financing. that's
I wasn't in my
equitable
grandparents' will, I don't know about that. Like, it's just- That's, we're just
What do you
making
think,
it
Dan?
complicated.
Boy, oh boy.
You know what, I'm gonna take
I-
it back.
I didn't
It says
even-
equitable title, not equitable interest. I take it back.
So
Yeah.
title is okay?
Yeah,
Contract.
but with the word title, I'm
Yeah.
gonna,
I
Okay.
didn't take wills and trusts in school, but I took property law, and so that, I think of it in that context. I don't really know about what's equitable for a wills and trust, but I just do not go there.
I specialized in real estate in law school, took
I
all the
wouldn't have
advanced
known
courses.
that.
I wouldn't have known that.
Okay, so now that we have our owner definition tentatively agreed to, let's turn the page to transfer. I don't know if we're gonna help ourselves or hurt ourselves here.
I think it's good.
Okay.
Well, I think
Why
that
isn't it?
Well,
we talked about excluding spousal changes, and I don't think that got done.
So if we take the definition of transfer and if I add language that excludes addition or,
I'll have to think about how to word it.
yeah, but like with the intent of,
Right.
it does not include get married, get divorced,
Right.
right? Okay.
Yeah, no
In this-
additions or subtractions that are due to marriage or divorce.
Yep.
Is this definition, if it's in a trust and the grandparents die, does this mean a new owner?
Depends on if the
Yes.
trusts are an owner.
Well, I think that's an entity that we just defined, right?
Yeah, that's why I said it
So it
matters.
does not include a transfer if it's inherited through a trust.
And I think
does.
that's what the issue is with Jerry, is that if I could address that just for a sec, it feels like Jerry is opposed to inheriting the license or permit. And so your objections to all of this is based on your objection to inheritance through family. Is that correct?
Yes, in the case of trusts and wills, I'm also a little concerned about corporations and whatever the equivalent is, but I'll set corporations aside.
But I think that as we look at transferability, it doesn't necessarily have to be all or nothing. It could be, we could decide that we wanted families to inherit, but not LLCs. I mean, couldn't we discuss those separately?
I think it's kind of, some do it one way, some do it another. I manage several family-owned LLC homes too that are, basically, they just put it that way as maybe God knows why they did it that way, but tax or protection or,
Limited
Liability
liability
protection.
yeah. So, I mean, I think it's just how, so if a person inherited that whole LLC, would that be a transfer, I guess? That's what I don't understand.
Well, this is-
Depends on how you define it. I mean, it depends on what you want to do. What's the purpose of, roping in, changes to memberships of an LLC? Because as I recall, years ago when I dealt with Gearhart's, they just said transfer by inheritance is okay, that the license could transfer, but transfer from one corporate entity to another wasn't allowed. So that was their purpose. You couldn't, they relied on what we call natural attrition program, and that's not currently part of this code. And so they didn't even talk about if the corporate members changed or not. So if I owned a house as a corporate entity in Gearhart, well, we can get around this. We would just, the corporate name never changes on title that's recorded in the property records. It's just the corporate members could change. So when we sell the house, we really sell the corporation. See what I mean? So Gearhart didn't anticipate that. But my feeling is you ought to think about it if you want to. If you want to do the same thing that Gearhart was doing, then you got to think about that. So I don't know if you want to do what Gearhart did in terms of curtail corporate transfers or not. It's up to you.
So that's one of the questions. How you define owner will determine how we look at
If
it.
there's something that matters that attaches to the ownership, in Gearhart it does.
Is there a way to write that as a sale versus an inheritance or a trust, because those are two different, I mean, if you're selling your LLC that includes the property, that should be able to be, this is what I'm thinking. I'm going back to our original conversations where everybody was kind of supportive of small family heritage owners. And that's the majority of the people I work with, and the majority of the homes I work with are in an LLC or a trust. And that's so that their children will have their beach house and will be able to continue to rent it if they need to keep their legacy home.
Right.
And so this would protect that, but if you can you write it in the, like, I think we can say, yeah, if the LLC sells, they're being shady, they're trying to skirt this scene, but is there?
Well, if you lose the license and you can't get it back, of course you'd do it that way.
But is there a way to write it, like, if it involves the sale of the entity?
Well, but right now, you
And
don't
not
lose your
the-
license.
Yeah.
You just go and get a new one.
But I think, but to Nicole's point, what I appreciate what you're talking about though, is that desire that has been discussed at great length about situations like Hillary's or your clients where, you know, it's not those family-owned mom and pop rentals that, you know, we're talking about largely when we talk about
Shady people who know corporate law.
Right, what we're talking about are
Sorry. That was
what we're
And
talking
unshady
about
people.
are the corporations, right? Another, based on what I've heard. So is there a way to separate?
There is, it depends on what you want to do. I mean, I think there are corporate ownerships, you know, you could call it the big bad corporations that own lots and lots of houses and short-term rent them all. And then there are these family LLCs, which is another corporate entity which own the family house, and that's all they own.
But could
So
also
I've
be
asked
big corporate.
many times to look at, on the permit list for Tillamook County, how many of those are owned by these big corporate you're talking about, right? We don't know.
It's hard to
So I've
identify
heard it,
that,
but I've heard it, I've looked at the permit list, I don't see that many with multiple owners, but I know that sometimes it can be hard to tell, but I keep hearing of these big corporations coming and buying all the short-term rentals in Tillamook County, but I don't see it, and I don't have the data, so I don't know if we're like going down a rabbit hole for something that isn't really a problem, or that.
It could be.
Yeah.
Well,
It could be, and it has been in other communities.
It could be, but it's not clear to me. You know, nuisance impacts, I get that problem. The lack of affordable and available housing, I get that. But big corporate owners, small corporate owners, it's not clear to me that that's a problem. I mean, maybe you all see it differently, but it just hasn't been explained to me.
I think it goes to the instinctive reaction you have to a home that's being used as a residence becomes part of a chain of homes being used exclusively to generate income by a large group.
Right.
The motives, the accountability, the contacts.
But
all
if they
become different.
operate it super well and you walk down the street and.
It doesn't matter.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know.
If they're obeying the
I believe
regulations.
what Orla said in its resolution, and that is, you get a bunch of these, you know, and they own a bunch of homes. It's like a hotel. It's like a hotel. They're kind of skirting around it. And
No matter how
versus-
well run they are.
What- What's Picasso? I mean, I don't know. Picasso.
No names, I'm not gonna beat up on anybody.
Sorry. No, I just.
They don't own any homes.
Sure they do.
Sure they do.
Sure they do.
Oh,
That
they
was-
do.
They quit doing
They
it.
do
Well,
not.
they did.
So to get back to our conversation, I think Nicole made a great point. I think Nicole's point is, we're gonna talk about ownership and what it is. And then now looking at that definition, going back to transferability, because we gotta agree on the definition of transferability too, to keep moving forward. You know, what is the intent of that? Are we talking about the smaller homes? Are we talking about the mom and pop? Should we split it in a way where we're talking about if the entity, maybe not the agents, but if the entity changes? Right, so like Hillary, an LLC, that LLC will be her family's LLC for her beach house forever. But, and to keep that and to maintain that legacy, should we look at any time any one of her children or grandchildren come into the fold as an agent, is that an ownership change? Should we treat it that way, or are we honoring and recognizing this beach house as being in a family-run LLC where the members may change because of the family, but it's very different than the feeling of like if she sold the house and it went into a different LLC, that would in and of itself be that ownership change that is significant enough to require a transfer, and then wherever the transfer path goes in the future.
Can I suggest? No, I don't, if someone else wants to talk, let them, I've had more than my share.
Karen.
We have not discussed one house per entity. And
Yeah.
I think that cuts down on, and we do have someone who owns 5 big houses.
So let
Now
me-
you own 5 corporations.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna
Each with a house.
add that
Another LLC.
just because Karen, I think that's important, but because we're just talking about transfers right now, I'm gonna add a note
Thank
for
you.
multiple owners, okay?
That kind of puts it into small mom and pop.
Okay. But, okay,
Yep.
okay. But for,
Just
Jerry's also,
a note.
Jerry's provided the loophole in there, so
Yeah.
I've not found that.
I'm just waiting for someone to suggest that you can put a corporation in your trust. Instead of your kids.
Quiet.
So Hood River dealt with that big corporation versus small corporation thing, and they limited 1 license per entity. And then they had to delve into including, members of corporations and those sorts of things. So they regulated on that basis, and they had to delve into the issues that you've just described. You could do it. I mean, you could do it if
And they
you
found a way of being able to regulate those.
Yeah, because we had an entire apartment building proposed to be developed, and they would normally, have just 1 license for the whole, 50 units, and so we said, no, you can only have 1 unit per license, and then, all right, we'll apply for 50 licenses, and okay, then we'll have one unit, 1 license per entity. And then so you see, it depends on how you want to regulate, because in this cat and mouse game that occurs. So you got to be clear on what you're trying to achieve before you head down that path.
so should we table though, and Karen, I appreciate you bringing that up, but I feel like just in trying to move through these 2
Yeah.
definitions for now. So let's go back, we talked about the definition of transfer, adding language that spouses would be accepted, right? So there's an exception for spouses, whether you add them or remove them. Are we okay with the definition of transfer with that exception language or that exclusionary language added?
Definition of transfer.
Right, so we're still on page 6, and before we can move on with our conversation, we just need to
Would-
make sure.
Page 9.
I don't know about the legal, I don't know, I get in the weeds, but if we're adding stuff about spouse under transfer, is it worth can we say children as well? And that kind of protects the mom and pops, or is that kind of like, I don't know, is that just in the weeds more?
Oh, I didn't read that.
That's why I'm going back around and asking.
Given how you define owner, it's much simpler now. So it would only matter if you put your kid on title recorded with property.
Okay.
So either don't have a kid or don't do that. We
Oh,
don't put our
that's too late.
kids.
Or
That's
keep it in an
different.
LLC, to where the LLC owns the
Right, so the
property.
entity, the LLC
Yeah,
owns it.
okay.
And we'll dive into the weeds later
Okay.
in this group if we have to.
So we have 2 definitions of transferability and transfer.
I'm just looking on page 6.
We're
is
just,
that the
we're
wrong?
looking just on
6.
page 6
Oh,
at
so I was
transfer.
all in page 9, sorry.
Yeah, it was not the-
I'm on the wrong.
No,
That's
that's an
transferability.
action.
Okay, sorry.
So we're talking about,
So in this case, if my owner who's owned their house for 20-some years all of a sudden decides to create a trust, this is a transfer.
Definitely.
yeah,
Create a trust for their
But
children.
it's a
and
Just
change.
to create a trust for their house to be in the trust.
It's-
Then this is a transferability, meaning that it would trigger a transfer, which maybe reduce their, take away their permit.
The way the draft is prepared, that's just a $50 fee. I mean, it's a fee, right? And a new application of sorts.
Eventually, well, yeah, well,
So, I mean, it's not, at this point, that's all it is.
At this point.
at this point.
At this point.
That's correct,
Yeah.
right.
Changing the name from one to the other, transfer.
The transfer you're talking about, they would take the title, the deed, and record it in property deed records, and then transfer it from mom and dad to mom and dad trust. So there's it changes on the deed. So that's kind of a big recording issue. That fee is a lot more than $50 with the county STR.
Yeah.
But it's
But
kind of
it
a big
does
deal.
trigger a transfer for the purpose of this.
Right, when you change title on the ownership on the title, the deed, that's kind of a big deal. And I think you, as a county, you'd want to capture that, because the owner has now changed.
So,
That's what I think it should be, just transfer would be when the owner on the deed is changed, period.
If they go to a trust or an LLC or anything, even if it's the same people.
But then as long as it's the same trust or LLC going on into the future, it doesn't matter how the underlying people that run the corporation have changed. That's still the same owner forever.
right, so you could really simplify the definition of transfer, which means a change in ownership title, period. Because then that way what it means is that change is triggered through some sort of recording of a document that updates the property records for that property reflect whomever the current owner is.
But if owner is X corporation
That's the,
or X
yeah.
LLC, now no matter how many changes there are within the corporation or changes or
That's right.
generational pass-alongs, that owner is still just the same owner and no, there will never have been seen to have been a transfer.
The
And I think
deed
that's a
won't
problem.
change.
Yeah.
So that's
Well,
the question
The license won't
is,
change.
is
Right.
that a so based on what we've discussed, is that a problem? That definition modification addresses a lot of the concerns, but it still leaves open the concern about a corporation.
Yeah, and can I
If that's
suggest-
if it's, yeah,
That as has been happening in other communities, there is now no reason for a family-owned home not to form an LLC. All of a sudden now, what we're saying, oh, I don't see the problem, it's just not happening. Well, because there's going to be such a big incentive, it will happen a
It
lot.
would be a big incentive for families who don't want their heirs to lose their vacation rental permit. I mean, it's not a big incentive, but for these homeowners
Incentive.
who are currently own their homes, it is. If it doesn't
But
preclude
once
a
they-
transfer of their corporate ownership, I mean, if they're still, if they put it in LLC and that their house sells, then it's not gonna go with
But we're
them.
not distinguishing between family corporations and big corporations. This doesn't distinguish between those two situations.
right,
Oh,
you mean
and
like a,
Sarah,
yeah,
just before I forget.
Sure.
I think under definition of owner, it should be natural persons or legal entity.
I thought about that. Okay.
Okay.
So Dan, is there a way, when we're talking about
Oh, I'm
limited sorry, go ahead.
No, this relates to, I think, what you were going to ask
Yeah.
him, and I was going to raise it earlier, but it's like, if we don't want to struggle too hard with this, or try to capture all the situations, we can kind of generally define it, but then limit the number of transfers that happen before there's considered to be a change of ownership. I mean, you can say everybody gets three freebies, like you mentioned earlier, so the people that own it now, and we're planning on being able to sell it for a certain amount of money, because it has a short-term rental license, everybody's on notice that there's only be one of those sales or two of those sales, and whoever buys it last knows they're not going to be able to sell it, so now they can have a negotiation about the price. But to maybe say, these things count as a change, but no matter what, no more than 5 such changes, or no more than 3 such changes.
And
So
then
you-
what happens?
So you're looking at a
Oh, I don't know, we haven't talked about what
generational-
happens yet.
So would we look at larger corporations and LLCs the same way? Or is there a way to separate them in, like, if we define
Not easily.
transfer, that's what, yeah.
Not easily, I mean, the only way I could think of is that if the ginormous corporation only owns one STR in the county, do you care? Or do you only care about the giant corporations that own 5 or more STRs? Is that an issue that you care about?
I think we've heard that we have issues with the 5 or more.
So you could, that's how you could limit it
Generally.
then? You know,
Yeah,
an entity can't.
It's kind
own
of
more
like,
than-
piggybacking on what Karen said, I don't know if it's to this conversation, but if that's a good way to separate them, I think as long as the people who have the current permits now are like protected and they're not taken away, then that could be something to look at with the corporate concern that people have. But separating the LLCs, which are kind of different.
Discussion? Conversation?
Why are we concerned with an entity owning more than 5? What's the root cause of that?
Bruce,
As long as they're minding the
I
rules.
mean, well, that's kind of my point, as long as they are following our regulations.
No, I know that point was made, that's actually a good point, because they property manage just as well as us small folks do, probably maybe even better.
Because they're all in SDR, they're all conforming to the regulations. Does it matter if one person owns 10, 20? Or
I
2?
think it kind of moves them into the, I'm sorry, I know there's not much of an audience here, but it moves them past that threshold into a commercial enterprise of hotel-type status.
Well, that's what's happening now. I mean, all these.
Some neighborhoods
That's
are
kind of what they
sure
are
they're-
individually. And they're
Yeah.
individually owned for certain reasons, right? And I would say the vast majority of STRs are owned by families that like to come down to the beach and need money to help offset their costs.
Now, I mean,
Yeah.
10
But-
years
but-
from now, it could change.
Oh, yeah, sure it could. No, it can change, and it may. I don't see, I think we lose a little bit of, I don't know. I shouldn't be arguing this because I'm representing STRs.
Well, I'm thinking
I'm
the other
colorblind
side of
on
this
it,
as
but-
well.
Yeah, I
It's
just.
not very common based on the data when Hillary's like scoured the permit list. I mean, yes, they may be hidden under different
Right.
LLC names, which is a way to skirt that law anyway.
But is it a
So,
big
but
enough
it's
problem that we
not-
actually need to spend?
Right.
Time on it.
Just
Yeah.
because it's a problem, just
Yeah.
because it's not a problem now doesn't mean it's not gonna be somewhere down the line.
Yeah.
I gotta keep that in mind.
Yeah.
I think.
No,
that-
and I agree, and that's why I asked the question, and yeah, right, currently, there probably isn't,
At
but
some point, they quit
20
being,
years from now.
at some point, they
Next
quit
week.
being homes that are used to generate extra income, and they become a commodity, an
Right.
investment vehicle. And once you start turning something into an investment vehicle, then you invite the folks who sees money to be made to start
Well,
doing it. And
exactly.
especially in areas like Oceanside, where everybody's got a view, or other areas where, essentially, residential is becoming a resort.
Well, so we're looking at the end of the pause,
Or
basically. As soon as the pause is lifted, if there are no limits, then the big corporations could actually do this sort of a thing, where they pick up multiple houses
Yes.
and turn them into,
And I actually thought they were, so
And I think,
excuse
and I
my-
think they are,
No,
and
they are.
it's happening.
We can't
Yeah.
find those buyers in our office, can we, Pam?
We asked all the realtors, yes, maybe you have one in Lee County who owns 5 houses.
well, currently, but as soon as
the
the
real-
pause is lifted without a maximum percentage
It's-
or some other limitation,
Yeah.
we're going to, we don't know yet.
Yeah, and even long-term, look at what's happening to rental properties in general. It's become a commodity.
Yes,
It's,
exactly.
there's nationwide and in cities, because it's become profitable,
There-
people are buying up condos and buying up houses as corporations to generate income.
And that's a decision we can make. Are we
Future.
thinking about, we're gonna open the door for investment type organizations to come in and buy property? Or do we wanna keep the kind of the mom and pop family oriented type? And I'm not saying, I don't know where I'm at on that thing, but it's just kind of like, there's 2 decisions there.
Well, the factor that hasn't been mentioned yet, where it's kind of being looked at solely as a kind of a property ownership financial situation. But what we saw in our surveys was, I want to live in a neighborhood.
Right.
Again, I would
Right.
like neighbors, and I would like, and communities need people to be involved in community activities and volunteer fire departments and community associations, and those become rarer and rarer when more and more people are becoming less and less involved with the community and more just an absentee owner. And I'm not calling anybody a villain here.
Right.
But that is an impact. I mean, the chief isn't here, but ask him how much harder it is to get volunteer firefighters.
I see it because I volunteer in our community on many different levels, and you're right. We have 39 permanent residents, but we have 53 short-term rentals.
Right, so if
The
you
rest
ask
are
me why,
vacation homes.
if you ask me why it matters, whether it's a corporation, or it's a bunch of them, or a corporation at all versus people, that's why it matters.
Right.
So, just to bring us, this is an awesome conversation, but just to bring us back to our definition of transfer, where we've landed before we dive into this stuff even further. Are we leaving it as it's written, or are we going to simplify it for right now, simply meaning it means changing ownership title?
I'm gonna go where I said I was gonna go when I acceded to the definition of owner. I think now you know why it matters, and as is, it leaves it wide open to not distinguish between the kinds of ownership that we all are basically saying we favor, and ones that we're saying are detrimental to the community. As written, these two things do not make that distinction, and actually, I think, given economic circumstances, will create the incentive to take short-term rentals in a direction we don't want them to go, unless we start talking about caps.
So
this is gonna force the caps issue.
Exactly.
This is gonna force the caps issues that people at this table don't wanna force.
If-
They don't want us to go to.
if the definitions are amended from what they read right now. Correct? So what I hear you, correct me if I'm wrong, the definitions as they are in the draft changes.
Minus the sentence you voted to
Minus,
take
right,
out.
so before going back and pulling out all those changes we've talked about today, walking into the room this morning with the definitions as they were written, those definitions mitigate and address the concerns that have been shared around this table, in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay. So if we change them, in your opinion, we are opening the door to all of the things we've just heard that we don't want to see happen, those unintended consequences.
Yes, it's not a yes or no question, it's a more likely, less likely, but yes.
Okay.
Anytime you increase rules and make them harder to follow, you're professionalizing the situation. You're getting more trusts and lawyers involved. You're getting bigger companies involved because smaller operators can't follow the rules. So anytime you're making it more complicated, you're encouraging families to go to professionals. Then they say, you should get in a trust, you should get an LLC, you should get a manager. I mean, anytime these rules are enforced, anytime the rates are raised, anytime the signage requirements, that's how I have owners come to me. I didn't know this was a rule. I didn't know this was a rule. The county called me. I can't handle this. Anytime the rule's added, that's just something I try to keep harping on, is anytime there is more restrictions on any issue is when you professionalize. Not that that's always a bad thing, but is that the goal of, I mean, you're corporatizing it all. The more restrictions that go on. I just feel that that's true. I mean, that might be beside the point, but like any little nuance in here is when they're gonna be like, I don't know how to do this. I'm gonna call Vacasa. I'm gonna sell my house to somebody that knows how to do it. I'm gonna, it's just how it's gonna go down. Was that a digression? I'm sorry.
No, I'm listening very closely.
But how is that different than anything else in life?
It
I
isn't,
mean-
but, I mean, is that our goal? We're overregulating to the point where.
That was the goal, yeah, to change the ordinance.
To an overregulation point where everybody has to be
No, I never said
professional
that, I never said that.
to navigate
I
it.
just said the goal was to update.
We're
the regulation.
evaluating the ordinance.
Can I
Yes,
ask
Hillary.
a quick question?
Yes.
For the transfer part, it says blah, 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 whether or not there is consideration. I honestly just don't know what that means.
It means if there's a monetary amount. So if you paid,
Oh, okay.
right, so if you deeded it to somebody and they didn't,
So like you didn't charge your kid.
Okay.
yeah.
And then if, and it says if multiple, or not listed on the original registration application, so that would be moving forward? Because nobody has a registration application?
So for purposes of current operation, that would be when you submit your short-term rental application, that's what we would look at.
Yeah, but so let's say I submitted mine back in 2017. I have since transferred it to an LLC. So,
Did you let us know?
yes, I did.
Thank you.
Yes. And I mean, I don't think I had to fill out like anything fancy, but
No.
I updated the information, so
Yeah.
it says it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't, now is that a transfer because the owner is not, my LLC is not on the original registration application?
So it would be if you changed LLCs or so this would all be moving forward,
Moving
right?
forward.
We're not gonna go back and go through everybody's
That was my
records.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so it's 11:49. This has been a very robust conversation. Thank you, everyone. Would you like to break now?
Yes.
Take 30 minutes, maybe take a step back away from the table, process all of this, maybe come back with some thoughts on how we can continue to move forward.
So we have
Yes,
to get done with
Bruce?
these two definitions. We're gonna move into talking about caps and the other part of the transferability.
So we can talk about the transfer language that's in the ordinance, which isn't much because those other matters have been tabled. And then we have all of this to keep going.
So, with the stuff that's been tabled, you want us to eventually talk about that?
Come back around.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's in April then. Okay, all
Yeah.
right, good.
So maybe what we could task today is to at least tentatively agree on those two definitions. Gives you a month to really think about
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
Go back to that other language. I think if we can just get that nailed down, and then why don't we move on with some of the other things, okay? But I think this conversation's been long, but it's been important, because it's gonna come back next month. So thank you, Jerry, for starting that. Okay, let's go ahead, we're gonna break for 30 minutes.
Be back at,
12:30.
12:30.
Oh, no, yeah, 12:20, 12:20, thank you. Cannot do math today.
Anybody not bring lunch? I have an extra protein bar.
I may have been kicked out, I think I was kicked out of the meeting.
That's right, different views. Good news.
Okay.
Kicked out of your own.
Kicked out of my own.
Jeez, her hand, hot season.
Okay, let's see. All right, and we are back. Okay. It's the owl, so it's called an owl because it rotates.
Can it rotate somewhere else?
When someone else starts talking, it will. And just for the record, his name is Harry. I had to name him to activate him.
Jerry talks a lot. He's not on.
Yes, it's discriminatory here.
It'll happen. Okay. All right. So we are back. Thank you. Okay, so where we left off is at least trying to move forward tentatively today with the two definitions. So we tentatively agreed to the shortening of the word owner. We left off on transfer. So there's two options currently on the table. One is to modify the definition to include language about exception of deletion or addition of spouse, And then the other option is to shorten the definition to state that transfer means changing ownership title. So,
Can we do both? Apart from spousal additions, removals, any other transfer?
So on ownership and on transfer, add the exception spouse language to both, is that what you just asked?
Because if somebody has to do a deed change to add their new or ex-person.
So as long as one of them stays on there.
Yeah.
I think what you're saying, what was telling me was regardless, changes due to change in marital status shouldn't count as a change in owners. Regardless of whatever else we do. So I think that change is independent, and I'm not speaking for everybody, but I think that I don't hear any controversy on that. So adopt that one and move on.
Okay. So So tentatively, we have agreed on the definition for owner. Right, so we're back at transfer. So we've got two options on the table. You know, if anyone having a bit of time to think about the definition of transfer,
Would you read the definition of owner as you think we tentatively agreed?
I would love to. It is, owner means the natural persons or legal entity that owns and holds legal or equitable title to property. So it's basically, it's the first sentence, and just for grammatical context, Jerry suggested that person be in the plural, so added that. So that is what we agreed on for owner, tentatively. And then for transfer, we can leave it as written, and I can add some exemption language for a change in marital status. Or we can simplify it by stating it means change in ownership title. Yes, Dan?
Well, my opinion is that everything after the comma should be deleted on transferability.
Okay. Okay.
Which, are we on the definition of transfer or?
Yes, we're on
transferability?
transfer, because we tentatively
Yeah.
agreed on owner.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
So
she said, I think.
Well,
it's-
definition of transfer or transferability?
So we're on the definition of transfer.
Okay, well then, the definition of transfer you read to us.
So transfer, so Pam, if we took your
Oh,
suggestion,
here, okay.
yep,
No.
on page 6, the addition or substitution of owners not included on the original registration application. But
I like your change in title, I think.
just the change in title.
Yeah, I whenever I just like to keep it simple. I think that's,
Would you agree that the consideration piece should also remain? Or would it just, so Jerry's shaking his head yes. I mean, I can see.
I guess if it's whether or not, I don't know if it needs to stay, but I understand what it means now, so.
Yeah, it
Maybe.
may, I'm just thinking ahead with conversations that staff may have with customers, that may come up.
Okay.
So when somebody
It's not a transfer,
transfers,
it's a gift.
when somebody transfers to a trust or to a LLC, there's generally not consideration involved.
Right.
But if it's a deed, or if you're, like, I've seen them where it's like $1, because for some reason, there's a reason you have to put the consideration in the real estate transaction, right? So I don't know what the difference is there, but maybe we should, I mean, we want the transfer to include a transfer to an LLC, is kind of what we've decided, right? So
So
any
that,
transfer.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that I do, but it sounded like we.
Well, so the comment that I made a while ago, and I apologize, I was looking at transferability and not, so delete what I said about
okay.
removing everything after the comma.
So, right, so we're talking about CC, the definition.
Well, I think that whole thing should be moved because I think it should just be transferable, period, so it's just.
So when we ask people, Pam, when we want them to update their records, I have to establish what triggers that. So, even just something as simple as a change in ownership title helps me
Okay,
make sure
so
that
then-
that transfer occurs of record, right? So we can update our records.
As you kind of go through this, one thing I would like to maintain for sure is that there's the ownership listed on title to this document. The licensee should be the owner, all the owners. That's an important concept as you go through this. It pops up a couple places and it's not really expressly stated. The transferability, in my mind at this point, is kind of an academic exercise, but title owner, licensee should be the same.
Okay.
I guess they need to know who's the entity that they sue in case they trip and fall.
Right. Well, but also in the code enforcement world, if you go through code enforcement, you really only have a remedy against the owner. And you can only, if you get penalties against a property for nuisance or something like that, say they set up a junkyard, you need lien authority against the owner. And so that's why it's a owner licensee should be the same.
Okay, so, I apologize because I'm not going to monopolize the conversation, but I want to make sure that everything that we do is on purpose and not by accident. The way things stand right now, an owner can be a corporation, a trustee, or an LLC. Even if all of the owners or members or directors or beneficiaries within those organizations change and are completely different people 10 years after the short-term rental was established, under these rules there will have been no change in ownership because the entity involved is the same. And so that means that once, provided they meet the renewal requirements, there is the owner will be deemed the same without any change, even though all of the people involved are completely different, live different places, have different involvement in the property. Okay, so just to do that on purpose, I think that is a result.
After the big crazy discussion about nieces dying or whatever, you know, like I think getting into the weeds on that's the only way it can go without getting making an administrative nightmare for anything, something happens.
I think if we put our mind to it, there would be some ways you could limit trustees to natural persons, so that someone can't create a trusteeship and make a corporation the beneficiaries. Someone couldn't leave in their will to a corporation. I mean, there's ways to, because I'm not stretching. Back me up. People look for ways to get around. Oh, for
sure. Depending upon how you structure the regulations, like I'm using Gerhard as an example, it incentivizes these kind of, they're not loopholes, because if they're actual pathways under the ordinance.
So I would suggest maybe, as a compromise or a way to do this is that once all of the natural persons who had an ownership interest in the legal entity when the short-term rental was first started, once all those people are no longer involved because they died or don't want to be, or just removed themselves from ownership, once none of the natural people who were involved in starting it when a permit was first applied for are gone and no longer involved, that as a matter of law, we will say that is the point at which a change in ownership occurs. When none of the natural owners are the same anymore, there has been a change. Even if we've added and subtracted in the meantime, because we allow this under this, add trustees, subtract trustees, add LLC directors, subtract them. But at the point when none of the original people are involved anymore, that's our natural end point. And at that point, those folks have to be treated as starting over with a new owned thing that's operating short-term rental. That's just, I thought about it during the break, that gets at the family situation.
But does it,
I mean...
Does it? By get at it, do you mean not be able to transfer it?
No, it means that it transfers, but like, if you... Well, I guess what it does say is that once you have a will, and the parents start short-term rental, and they leave it to their kids, and they die, and there's a transfer in the will of the property to new kids, and the parents are no longer alive, that constitutes a change of ownership. Now, that's also going to do a change of title, so it's already...
I think
covered. But that doesn't apply to trusts. That doesn't apply to corporations. There will be no change in title.
I just don't know how many transfers does the county do right now that are this complicated, where it's like you have a corporation that's like changing the corporation without change. Like, I don't know how much of a problem this really is.
Well, that part of it is not a problem because we aren't tying anything to transfer. The problem is people letting us know.
Okay.
Right, yeah, transfers, there's
In
no...
Gerhard, it's a problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it creates an incentive to use those, even if people aren't using them now, because there's no incentive under the current rules. But it'll become an incentive to find a way to avoid there being a transfer, to avoid there being a sense that there's a transfer in the law. There will be incentives, regardless of caps, regardless of anything else. Corporations are going to look for ways. People are going to look for
But if you're meeting the life and safety rules and guidelines, I just think we're going down a rabbit hole.
Oh, I-
Trying to come up with a way to regulate every possible transfer that could happen that,
I want
you
to talk
know.
about one scenario, when none of the natural persons involved in
Yeah,
the
but that
original
defeats the whole purpose of a trust, is like it's supposed to be here when I'm gone.
Yeah, we
So
have
if
to
it's gone when I'm gone, why did I have a trust?
Yeah, we have to decide whether it includes the short-term rental license. That's the policy
Yes.
question. Does it, meaning should you be able to leave a short-term rental license to your kids?
Yes.
Okay,
Y'all
there's,
green-lighted it.
let's vote on that.
So, okay, so,
Yeah.
okay, so before we jump into
Going
a
to be
vote,
outvoted.
Pam?
So what if we said the change of ownership of the real estate or of the entity who owns the real estate to anyone other than a spouse or a member of the registered party's immediate family?
Okay, that would
So
cut
then
it off at
the
grandkids.
trustee is eligible, but if the trustee changes to, based on scenarios, I mean, it's just like so in the
I
weeds of
know,
like
it
so
is in the
many,
weeds. It's just,
you
I would
adopt a
rather
kid
just
and they're
get
gonna,
rid
I
of
mean,
it.
like it's
Just
like
make
there's
it
so many little
transferable,
if, ands, or
period.
buts there. If it's not transferable on a change of, I mean, to define transfer, just change, when the owners change, it's transferred. That's cutting off a lot of the scenarios, people can't
Well, but
sell it
then
to
you
an
can't,
LLC.
then your child can't inherit. And you can't marry somebody.
I would support your amendment.
If the
I would
house was
support that
in the
wording.
trust and the trustee owned the trust as well, then they would still have the permit, is the way we have it. As an entity, right?
The trust,
Well,
the trust
the trust
is the entity.
is the owner.
The
Yes.
trust is the entity.
So then the
And all the
kid-
trustees can be like a revolving door.
Same with an LLC.
Which is how
we define-
which is how we define owner, is it's the entity. So if the trustee, then they're still gonna be the owner.
And if all the trustees change, the owner will still be the same.
The trust.
We're not gonna change. They're getting in the trust.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna push any harder. I think it's bad public policy to create a permanently inheritable license that in the future may become more and more valuable.
Well, that will depend on the renewal
That's right.
language that we
Yeah.
come up with.
So if you have to prove up compliance every year, I don't see that it matters. So I'm looking at Gearhart's and they say it's transferable only by inheritance. So it hasn't changed in all these years. Right, but who cares though if they,
So,
but they're not issuing any new licenses, so if you sell it, the house cannot get another license. If it's a,
so a
Can the
transfer,
corporation inherit?
no,
Read it again?
corporations never die, it's,
I know.
yeah, so.
No, but leave
they've-
it to a corporation.
But they've attached, regulations to, that make it that significant. Right now, the current draft doesn't really.
right,
Okay, I've kind of, I think there's a,
right, okay, so we have three options. So, and we can do a vote on each one. Okay, let's see which one has the majority. So option one is to leave the written language as it is. Option two would be to simplify it to simply mean that transfer means changing ownership title. Option three would be the concept that Pam proposed. Okay, I got it?
Can you
Which is what?
elaborate that? It is only by inheritance, is that?
That's,
what you're saying, Pam?
that's what Pam is
Oh,
essentially saying.
Spouse or parent.
Right, so it would,
Spouse or immediate family.
so basically Pam, if I heard you correctly, it would mean changing ownership title with the exception of a change in marital status or acquisition of the property through inheritance.
That sounds good.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, we can work on that, but that's basically the concept that we're talking about. Okay, so got your cards ready? Option one.
Are we talking about transfer or transferability?
We're talking about transfer, Gus.
I know.
Just the definition of transfer right now. Okay,
Is it just transfer?
just transfer.
So we're not talking about going here or there.
We're just talking
We're just
about,
talking about what is a transfer.
that's right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Cards for option one?
So, just
Oh,
for
one.
just for clarity, do we just vote on one?
Nope, I want to see all three. Because I'm gonna see where we have the majority.
Option one was
Option one,
as is.
so if you don't want option one, raise your red card.
And option
option
one was
one.
as is.
As is. Okay? Option two, simplify just to simply state changing ownership title. Option two.
Can we do, are you allowed to do?
Yeah, you can do neutral, okay? Option three would be changing ownership title with the exemptions for marital and inheritance. Okay, I think we can make that one work. Okay, all right, so Dan, we got some homework to do on that. We gotta come up with a definition that meets that intent.
We'll talk.
Okay, all right. Okay, holy moly. All right, good work, everybody. Okay.
Can we do something easy?
Okay, so that was Jerry's pick.
Thanks, Jerry.
Okay. Who did not select a piece last month? All right, Mike, let's start with you, Terry, and then we'll go to you. So, and then Nicole, you can here, so you can go after. Okay, so, topic.
Okay, maximum occupancy.
All right, so we're gonna talk about maximum occupancy. So, Mike, why don't you go ahead and open the conversation, take about 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, I lost it.
Sorry. I usually charge for that.
Okay.
Page 11.
All right, so Mike, why don't you introduce the conversation?
Maximum occupancy is A, the maximum overnight occupancy for a short-term rental shall be limited to 2 persons per bedroom plus 2 additional persons. For example, 2-bedroom is permitted overnight occupancy of 6. The contact person may allow up to 2 minor children, aged 12 or under, to occupy the short-term rental in addition to the maximum rental. The number of bedrooms of a short-term rental shall be verified at the time of physical inspection in the short-term rental and using county assessor and/or the building department division records. My comment on that is, currently when you issue a application, or I'm sorry, a permit, you put on there the number that they're allowed.
Correct.
Is that followed up on to make sure that they're not advertising for 10 when they are given 6?
Oh, yes, that's part of our Granicus contract.
Really?
Yes,
Okay.
it is. And
Because I
we
spot
do-
checked my area and about 20% of them are not, they're over.
Okay, so if they are over, it is not in their advertising listing, because that's how we know if they are over by the number of people on the property,
Because I can pull up about 10 of them that are over,
that they're advertising
that
it
are
over.
advertising on VRB.
Over the number of bedrooms or
number of
sleeping areas?
occupants.
The maximum occupancy that was approved by the county.
Yeah, that is on the
Do you know?
list of
But how do we
the,
know
Do you know what
that?
the occupancy is?
yeah.
We do.
Oh, we don't.
It's on that list that was
So
sent out.
if we, let me think what I'm saying. Granicus, they have access to our database, okay? So they know what the maximum occupancy is for each permit. They scrape roughly 25 online advertising websites. And if anything doesn't match up, they give us a report and they let us know. That's also how we can connect with folks that don't have a permit that are advertising, right? I would love to see those because that might
Okay.
be something
I'll
I
send
need
it
to
to
follow up with. But theoretically, that's how that works.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see. I had the opposite problem. I mean, I'd request housing, occupancy of 8, the county would come back with occupancy of 10.
Mhm.
And that aggravated me because I only want 8 in there.
Yeah.
I want the county's support for 8, not 10.
We know what the
Anyway,
ordinance
so
says.
I think it's resolved now with
Yeah.
the per bedroom.
Right. The
fees.
fee, yeah.
Yeah.
So outside of that, that particular one, I'm in agreement.
Okay, do you agree with the definition of bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, because that's part of this, right? 'Cause I think.
Oh, I don't.
Okay, all right, here we
Isn't
go.
that already
Okay.
defined in the buildings?
So, it is, but I think that's, okay, so fundamentally, before we dive into the definition, well, let me ask 2 questions. One question. Would you like to talk about the definition of a bedroom before we come back to the,
Well, it ties right into maximum
Right.
occupancy.
or would
along
you
with
like,
parking spaces, but yes.
right, so that's one piece of
I
it.
think bedrooms, I think the discussion on bedrooms, like, say.
Yep,
it's more of a technical discussion. It's more of what does the building codes really require, and is the county going above and beyond that? And I would
Yes.
assert that they are.
They are.
And
There
so-
are extra things in here that are not, so you can see
So,
those statutory, those code references, Bruce, have the Oregon Residential Specialty Code definition by
you put
them.
them in there, but you've only put a portion of that building code there. You had a comment from a gentleman that, I've got it in here, that basically.
Mr. Wex?
He calls it the whole thing. And that's the problem with what you've got here in Bedroom, is that you can't do an abbreviated code requirement like you have in here. I mean, the code is a code, and you have to stick. Well, for new houses, but also existing too. You go back to what the existing code was at the time.
So the statutory references for the Oregon Residential Specialty Code that are in here were developed in review of the specialty code with our assistant building official, who is a code professional. Right, so this was something that we did with staff. So I would say the pieces, so in relation to Mr. Weck's comments, I would respectfully disagree. However, there are things in here that are addition to those code citations.
Well, it's like, again, I'm taking what his is versus this, a minimum ceiling height of not less than 7 feet, and you cite the code. Well, that's the code, that's just the headline of it, but then they put a whole bunch of exceptions to that, 5 exceptions in there, which you don't have that in here. I don't think you want to put that stuff in here.
So current code, those are the requirements. I mean, we could add language to further discuss some of those exceptions, but those citations are in relation to when we are looking at homes and inspecting them for code compliance, those statutory references are what we use, period. Nicole?
So the biggest thing
That'd be fine if that's the way they interpret it. It's not just a blanket, a bluff that would come in and say, you don't have a ceiling height of not less than, you're not less than 7 feet or something like that. But again, it's got things about slope ceilings, it talks about beams and girders. Anyway, I'm just saying, you can't, that's a rabbit hole you're going down, and I don't think you can actually stipulate a code in here. Now, there's other things too, like a built-in closet.
Right.
It's not in the code.
It is not, it is in sanitation though, so that's pulling from DEQ.
Sanitation?
So DEQ. Yeah, so yes, it is. That is correct, but.
What is its health and safety impact?
Right.
Use it anyway.
Well, because there are, so an example is we size systems, right? So you're talking about flow and capacity for septic or sewer.
That's a different part of occupancy permit though. It's not part of the bed, that's a whole nother,
Well,
like you
it
can
is-
have 9 bedrooms, but your septic permit's gonna say 8 people and that's it.
Right, because they're not going to look at they're gonna look at the size of the system, and the system has been determined by the number of bedrooms, and that definition includes a closet. So, that's why that's there. We were trying to be comprehensive. It does not need to say, I would say for the building code citations, Bruce, even if you wanna look at some of those exceptions for older homes, because I believe that's where those concerns are coming from.
Yep.
Okay? So that is something that we can do. Things like, the built-in closet, those are definitely negotiable, but those are components of a bedroom, if you agree.
I disagree.
Okay?
I disagree that you have to have a closet. It's not in the Oregon Building Code, it's not in the National Code, you have to have a closet to have a bedroom. Lots of older homes, particularly Victorians, didn't have closets. And I think if you don't need a closet to build a home where people are gonna live all the time, then why would you need a closet for people that come and stay for 3 days?
Okay, that's fair.
I thought there was a policy underlying here, and I thought it was where we were gonna go, that houses are cramming too many people in. maximizing their rentable and their advertisable numbers and calling something really small that isn't really a bedroom, and maybe used as a bedroom just to cram more people in, but they end up lots more people parking in the yard, and they end up sleeping on the couch, or they end up. So I thought that was where this was
Well,
going.
there are limits for parking.
That is, so
I
to
just
Jerry's
cited
point,
example.
that is correct. We have inspected several homes, and you would be shocked by some of the things we've seen with people trying to say what's a bedroom. So there do need to be some definitions and parameters to that.
The previous definition was a sleeping area, and there are a lot of goofy houses in our county. I can think of one we manage that is technically a one-bedroom house that has like a 500 square foot loft, right? So we have a futon up there, and the house sleeps, well, it was permitted as a sleeping area, so it's permitted for 6. We sleep 4. I mean, it has egress, it has the carbon monoxide, all this health and safety things, and there's a lot of homes like that, or a house with like a daylight basement where you want to put a kid there. That should be permitted and inspected as a sleeping area, I think. It shouldn't just be, nobody's ever going to sleep here, so we're not going to count it towards the thing, because they are. I mean, a kid's going to sleep in a daylight basement on a couch.
So that brings up a great point too, because now we're shifting from bedroom to sleeping area.
Which was how it was previously defined.
That is correct.
Which I think should be inspected as a bedroom. If you're counting it, I mean,
living room with pull-out couch is a sleeping area?
if it has egress and you want to count it, and
Okay,
it's
so
not.
you could have 3 bedrooms, two living areas, one big open kitchen, throw in a cot, those are all sleeping areas. So you can put 10 people in that place.
In a 3-bedroom.
And you have 10
Disagree.
parking, 10
If it has a
spaces.
4th sleeping area.
And then there's your issue with over renting to 10 people.
I mean,
That can only, the house could really, if it was somebody living there.
In your
would be
local
2,
code,
maybe 3.
you've got a clause,
Right.
because this is
Or
a DQ.
10, if they, sure.
Well, in your one loft, 10
Maybe,
people.
maybe, you never know. This is the thing, that's not regulated, so we wouldn't be able to count.
I anticipated we were going to get the argument was going to be about over occupancy, but versus people with small houses
I agree.
that only have 2 bedrooms and armoires have been the way forever. Maybe we should apply this to bed and breakfasts of just more than a certain occupancy. Bed and breakfasts of more than 2 bedrooms.
Bed and breakfast?
Aside from bed, sorry.
That's
Whoa.
Yeah, just if you're going to say you have more than 2 bedrooms in your house, none of the ones over 2 can be ones without closets.
That's better. But there's
Or 3 or 4. I'm not.
period.
Well, if there's a house with no closets and they're renting sleeping area bedrooms, I guess I do have an issue with that. Studios, I don't know. I don't want to be too hard. I thought we were going to go to.
Several of
this
the,
is-
yeah, there's
this is
studios
a-
in the condos that are all permitted.
I think this is a hardship, especially on small short-term rentals, but on larger ones, it's not. It's just, for larger ones, it's a matter of timing, and that maybe we could kind of draw a line on where this kicks in, and I'd suggest 2 bedrooms, but you could say 3 bedrooms.
I mean, I know we have one 4-bedroom house that has a loft sleeping and it has a downstairs den sleeping. So we accommodate 12 guests in that home. And that's, you know,
So that one would be out of compliance, but
It would
1
be-
bedroom.
yeah, and that, I mean, it's a perfect house for 2 families. It's a perfect multi-generational house. It has plenty of parking. All the houses around it are short-term rentals. But now we can't have 2 families joined together in this home anymore.
So that one would be deemed excessive.
Yeah.
To ensure that-
And it's a 4-bedroom home. It was designed, I mean, they remodeled it beautifully. It was falling down when they purchased it. They designed it as this purpose and.
Once a house has got more than 2 bedrooms, is it that tough to add a closet to a room? I mean,
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm asking,
Yeah.
I'm not saying.
Yeah, it is.
It can
But
be.
why?
Yeah.
What's the point?
Well, I think because of the cramming problem. I mean, I think we got to respond to all the public comment we got about houses that are advertising, for 10 people, when really there's only 2 or 3 legitimate bedrooms, and they're artificially creating extra sleeping spaces that crowd that house and bring more people into the community. I think it's reasonable to draw a line. This is going to be an inconvenient line for some people, unless we admit there is no line. But unless we admit there is no line, then we should be looking at the line.
I would
It's
also
going to be
add,
inconvenient for people who have the lower income and who have the lower priced houses. It's not going to hurt the people with large houses who have more money. I think that should be stricken, the built-in closet should be out of
Yeah,
it.
it's perfect.
So Karen has a comment, and then the other thing, just quickly, just to, as we're focused on the attention of the crime, like, why is this definition important? Water and sewer districts, this definition matters to them too, especially when it comes to occupancy, which goes back to usage. Karen?
I'm sorry, that's covered through SDCs and usage fees and the rates that they all develop. So I don't think, I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
But I just think it's covered that way.
Okay.
I think it should be covered here too.
And Karen had a comment.
I think we all know what a bedroom is. And I was an appraiser, bedrooms had closets. I also feel that if someone has a place to hang clothes in a bedroom,
Like an armoire.
like an armoire, that should be acceptable. I don't think sleeping in the rec room is a bedroom. A bedroom is intended just for sleeping and not for other activities, watching TV. You can't control where people are going to end up sleeping. But if we limit the number of parking spaces, I mean, we already have 2 people per bedroom, plus 2 kids under 12, plus 6 people that can come during the day. And in Mia County, the average number of people full-time is 1.9 per house. The average number of part-time owners is 2.7 per house. So already, all those 8, 10, 12 people are going to be sucking up a lot of water. And if we can, try to cram them into the attic and the loft and whatever, now the loft can become a kid's play space or whatever, so it's still attractive. But we've got to cut down on the number of people that are using our resources, our streets, that aren't being maintained. A bedroom's a bedroom, and it has a bed in it. And I think we all know what a bedroom is.
Well, according to this, it's only permitted for sleeping purposes, which I think other things happen also with those, but I just, sorry.
So on that note, let me, so.
Our drafter got a little bit crazy by dictating what's only can happen in a bedroom.
I just want to add, I do agree, I like the bedroom versus sleeping areas. I think we just need to fine tune how we're defining a bedroom, because in Nescoin, I've heard from a lot of people in the village who have the smaller homes built a long time ago. They don't have a closet. My own home, the ceilings were 6 feet 8 inches when we moved in, and it was a short-term rental for decades. So I think we just have some fine tuning. I think maybe there's some room if you have, you could still have a sleep-away couch in the den. It just, your max occupancy would be discalculated on bedrooms. And you still have that wiggle room with a +2. And I think for historical perspective, it's good to know, like, the original ordinance 69 was, I was surprised to see it was 3 per bedroom +2 overall. And so, we've already made some progress through the past few years of reducing that. And I know many owners have, especially even in the higher end of occupancy, have self-selected to reduce lower than what was granted by the county. So. And then, for zoning, talking about water, roads, all these homes were built with intention, zoned, according to things for full-time use. And just because they're not used full-time doesn't mean that now when there are guests occasionally there, that they're, rolling through the water. If we have a water problem, then there needs to be a pause on building new homes in that area so that that is addressed instead of trying to restrict usage of the homes that are already built.
We have some homes that have bunk beds, and the bunk bed is a single on top of a double down below, so that's theoretically 3 people. So I don't know, I'm kind of back to this, if 3 people can, I don't know.
I think that you've got the 2 per bedroom and you've got the +2, so it gives you that wiggle room.
Yeah, so I'm trying to acknowledge Jerry's point, your point too, about having, you know, how much do we want to allow these things to be dense back, but at the same time, how prescriptive do we need to be here?
So I'm gonna pull out what I would say in inspections and in talking to customers, what I think are probably the most helpful pieces of the definition for everyone. And it would be the first bullet, which is light ventilation and heating, right?
Yes.
I think everybody agrees with that. Okay.
Yes.
Well, if you're renting that, nobody's gonna stay there.
So the other, so the second one I would say is the emergency escape and rescue opening.
Absolutely.
Yep,
Okay,
absolutely.
okay. A smoke alarm and a carbon monoxide detector.
Absolutely.
I have a question on that.
Yeah?
The code was, carbon monoxide detectors was, it used to be, if there was a combustible device in the house.
It's still in that bed, if there's a combustible thing like a fireplace in a bedroom, then that bedroom has to have a
Yeah.
carbon monoxide detector and a smoke alarm.
And the way I looked at it, I thought it was also on that floor of the
It's
house.
like 15 feet away
In the
from
bedroom.
the bedroom
Right.
entrances. I just looked at this because we're just selling
Yeah.
a condo and there's a fireplace in one of the bedrooms, so now we put.
But I guess my basic point is that the code is still correct, right? I mean, not the code. The code is if a pre-existing house, there's no combustion source, they don't need CO detectors.
You would think that they did change that.
Well,
When you sell a house now, it has to have a CO.
It does,
even
yeah,
if-
it does.
Right,
So
right, and I
it's
do-
consistent with that.
But is it in the bedrooms or just in the main
One
area?
per floor.
house.
One per
15
floor.
feet of the
Okay,
door.
so because this is per bedroom,
So,
so could we change that to a carbon monoxide detector like per floor?
you know what? It's singular. I'll tell you what, let me do some more work on that to
Okay.
make sure, because going to your comment about the uniqueness of rooms and older homes, I would prefer to leave that location at the discretion of the building official or the inspector, because the intent is to make sure that fire and life safety requirement is met.
I'll do what I do on argument now against myself. And that is, I mean, CO, a combination CO and smoke detectors are relatively inexpensive. That's a good practice. Good practice to put one in every bedroom. One question I have is about, I don't see it in here, but I saw it in some of his comments about interconnecting.
Yeah, so that's something that's under discussion with my staff,
That's a hard
and the
thing.
building
Yeah,
codes division,
that's
so, yeah, the hardwiring.
Yeah.
We're gonna come back to that,
Okay.
I'm gonna have some work for you guys on that to look at, we're continuing to vet that internally with building division staff. But I would say, okay, so I would say the first bullet, the emergency escape and rescue opening.
What about the minimum of 70 square feet? That's a small room, I mean, that seems reasonable to me.
Seems reasonable.
So-
I mean, no smaller than 70 feet.
7 foot by 10 foot?
There are
That's
lots
only a
of
7 by
8
10.
by 9.
So that's,
Yeah.
so that size, right, so that's current code, but that is, so, again, thinking about older homes and different things, do people feel like that? So yes, I've gone through my list.
I think we had one comment, at least from somebody who, for an occupancy of 2, where you have to have an additional, yeah, it's really 100 square feet for if you have 2 people in the bedroom. So I just, maybe there's some room to grandfather in if a home currently has a permit, that they would be allowed to continue, because it's not like they can make their house bigger.
So my follow-up question to that would be, how are we going to know
When you inspect it?
when it's going to be sleeping one person or 2? I'm not. So again, going back to just the basic bones, the fundamental of what we need to see in a bedroom, it would be the first bullet, it would be the emergency escape and rescue opening, the smoke alarm, carbon monoxide detector where appropriate, and then the last bullet, which we have a really hard time with in some instances. People wait for us to leave, they shove bedrooms. I have seen photos of cribs and walk-in closets, and all of a sudden it becomes the baby's room. So something else that allows us to make sure that those areas not intended for a bedroom, that they don't become bedrooms once
That-
we leave.
If you permitted a sleeping area, then you would be permitting that space and approving it as an emergency egress and a safety spot. So if someone said, I'm using my loft here, and it's still not gonna be over the, whatever, the max 10 or whatever, which I'm not sure I'm agreeing to yet either, but I mean, if you permit that, then it'll be safe. If you permit this daylight basement and it has,
Right.
I mean, I just feel like it's more of a safety tool to say, we are gonna put people in this room, this is a hide-a-bed. This window needs to be big enough, there needs to be a smoke detector here, rather than just sweeping it under the rug that kids are gonna sleep on the hide-a-bed.
I think that's your point, Sarah. I mean, you want that approved. I mean, that has to be approved.
We wanna
Right,
make
That's gonna be
sure,
an approved sleeping area, and it's not gonna happen by happenstance.
right, so there's two issues on the table. The first one is making sure people are sleeping in spaces that are safe, that they can get out in the event there's a fire, right? So that's what this definition addresses, hopefully. The second issue is making sure that the bedrooms or sleeping areas, that the number is appropriate to the size of the home, etc., in relation to what Jerry said, and we've heard from others about it's a 2-bedroom house and it sleeps 15 because it's got a den and it's got a loft and it's got a basement. So if you feel, I would say the fire and life safety issues with the bedroom definition are a must. The other stuff, that's about how you feel and how you feel that should be addressed, if it should be addressed. Yes, Pam.
I feel that the things that you said should be in there. But the loft, for example, I think there are many homes, especially built in the 70s, that where the primary bedroom, formerly known as master suite, is actually open to the lower level. I don't think you can preclude a loft if it was designed to be a sleeping area. You can't preclude that from being a sleeping or a bedroom.
How do we know that a loft, so just to follow up on that, because I appreciate where you're going, how would staff know that a loft was intended to be a sleeping area?
Then I think lofts should be allowed, period,
Okay.
as long as they're safe, as long as they have egress.
It meets
as
that
long as they-
definition.
Yeah, I can't think of any reason why they shouldn't be allowed, other than you're trying to find ways to reduce the number of people in a rental, but I don't see that it's hazardous to let somebody sleep in a loft.
So depending on, so I don't want to muddy the water, but going back to Mike's opening with the maximum occupancy, it's proposed as the number of bedrooms. So if we change, so right now we're talking about what the definition is of a bedroom. If you want to have the maximum occupancy include sleeping areas, like lofts, that's very different than the conversation about bedrooms. Right, so there's two things. One, should maximum occupancy only be determined by the number of bedrooms as defined? Or are we putting maximum occupancy based on sleeping areas, which includes the lofts and the dens and those other things? So there's a couple of different issues here.
Can a loft be included in the definition of a bedroom? Like if we just don't have that requirement requiring four walls to the ceiling, then, if a loft is a bedroom intended to be for sleeping purposes and it meets the fire and life safety things, would it not be included?
So what it could read, some of you are gonna hate this, and I'm sorry, just going down your path. Bedroom means a room permitted to be used for sleeping purposes. So you would remove intended. Right, so it could be permitted, a bedroom could be defined as a room permitted to be used for sleeping.
And what is
purposes.
permitted? Does that mean originally permitted when they built it, or permitted
It
by?
would be permitted by that it can meet these components.
I think if a house only has one loft in addition to bedrooms that meet these definitions, then you've already allowed for use of it by having 2 people in addition to 2 kids
Then it's
that can
covered.
stay there. So they're going to get the use of the loft, but you haven't expanded the
More than one
definition of
loft.
What
that.
if you only have a loft?
If you have more than one loft, then I think you have to give one up as a sleeping
No,
area.
what if you only have a loft and there's not a bedroom with
Then
4
the
walls?
occupancy would be 2. If you only
But you
one
have
loft.
0 bedrooms.
With 0 bedrooms.
You get zero. You
You have 0
get 2
bedrooms.
people. You get 2 more people than the number of bedrooms.
Oh, so is that,
Well, I would,
I think that should be under the
So this,
We got to
Four
draw
walls
some
is a
lines
problem per
that make a
Yes.
difference to the
Yeah,
people
that's what I
that are
don't like.
complaining about the
Otherwise,
numbers
yeah.
of people.
We have lots of lines.
Or
for
a
things.
No, but every time we come to a line, you want to throw it away and say the other ones are still there.
A daylight basement is often used.
Well, I tried to draw a line based on the number of bedrooms.
I guess, let's back up and look at this from the big picture. We've got provisions on parking, we've got noise issues, we've got, a whole variety of things, but, and occupancy, I'm sorry, you're gonna take this one to the newspaper and tell them about this, but why do we care? If there's fire safety, if they're putting people in their safety. Now, I'm not saying you can take a big house and put 25 people in there. I think we should have some level, but I don't really think that, because I can think of exceptions right now with this whole thing. I've got some lofts that have 3 bedrooms, 3 beds in them. I don't know, they've been operating for 10, 15 years that way. I don't think there's any fire life safety issues, there's no occupancy issues, no noise issues. I don't know.
So Bruce, to that point, we do define a state home, and we do in here contain, no matter how many bedrooms, etc. you have, you can not go above X amount for a home and then X amount for an estate home. So does that address the concerns if we left that language in to say for a home it's up to 12 and for an estate home you get up to X more? Loft, bedroom, whatever it is, does that get to those concerns about because I do agree with Jerry. I hear it all the time. There's some valid concerns there.
But we're trying to handle that through other means.
We are.
Parking is gonna be a restrictor on, and it's gotta be on-site parking.
Parking could arbitrarily reduce the number of people, right? But
You
if
also
we,
got a fee structure for the number of occupants you can have in a house.
right,
And that's, some of our owners said,
right.
yeah, we could do 10, but I don't want to pay that, I want to pay for 8. And so
I reduced about 20 permits when I came into effect this year. I reduced the occupancy voluntarily.
Yeah, so
Well, Bruce, my response to that is, and we're not strongly opposed, but that parking is enforced on the back end. Parking is only going to get enforced when someone complains about too many cars in the house. The occupancy is enforced on the front end with the number of permits and how much you can advertise. And I think that it is important to have a limit based on bedrooms and occupancy because it relates to how it's advertised for, and it's easier to enforce because you get frontally rather than based on complaints from
Which it will be if it's based on a safe space for someone to sleep, 2 people per safe area.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Plus 2, which is what it's been.
I'm just arguing
I
this.
know, and I was kind of arguing a bit of the extreme, but
Yeah.
I'm not, I think some reasonable number I'd come in here, but I'd kind of back to 3 in a sleeping area or something of that sort.
I think we get out by adding 2 more people than the number of bedrooms. We already got a wiggle room in there. We're already doing that. You want to make it 4? I mean, but really, this is concrete. Bedroom, we need to make it concrete so she can enforce it, so that it's in the permit, it's in the license, it's up front.
Yeah, and Mr. Kern said, I think, that if you take out the 4 walls requirement, you have that wiggle room for lofts.
Yeah, you do. That's why I didn't say that as my.
Or basement, or.
So
Right,
can we take that
exactly.
out,
Yep, so
please?
Karen,
And the closet.
Karen's been patient, she's got a comment.
Oh, I'm
Karen,
sorry,
please share.
can't see her back there.
Parking is based on bedroom. Does this mean parking's going to be based on bedroom plus loft, plus rec area, plus den?
Yes.
That's another topic, but it previously was.
Yeah.
I know it was.
Mm-hmm.
And our streets covered with cars.
But, again, you gotta be on-site,
Well, but they aren't now.
off-street.
Yeah, they aren't now.
Right, but in this,
They will be.
yes, they will be. That's
So-
a big constraint.
We have some, and Karen, we've got some mechanisms to address that later in the ordinance as well, and we have not got to parking yet.
I'm excited
So
for parking.
just to recap, 'cause I think
Me too.
Pam asked, or somebody at the table asked, okay, so the ones that I called out as the must-haves are the first one, the light air ventilation, I think we all agreed with that. The emergency escape and rescue opening. smoke alarm,
And the smoke alarm?
smoke,
CO.
carbon monoxide, and then that last
The
bullet.
last bullet.
Yeah.
So if we just kept those and struck through everything else, does that get us where we need to go with the flexibility for a bedroom just by definition?
Okay, we didn't talk about built-in closet.
We didn't, so that's the other thing,
We did.
because
Oh, we
it's,
did.
do you,
No, I was waiting for it.
yeah, do you, so does the committee feel either by a built-in closet or an armoire,
Yeah,
as
that's right.
Karen pointed out, that type of language should be left in as well?
No.
I think if you
We don't need
expand
an
it to
armoire.
include a piece of furniture for that purpose.
And the armoire, yeah.
Okay, all right, so hang on, let's see what Gus has to say, then we're gonna come back to this. Yes, Gus?
After all this discussion, I'm confused on the use of a loft, because we have so many homes in the older areas that have sleeping areas in the loft. Now, if I read this, a bedroom is a sleeping room. Right in the title.
Yep.
So, is a loft a bedroom or is it not?
Well, if it can, so the way the conversation is going right now, if it can meet those bullets that we've just agreed upon, then it could be, right?
Could be.
Could be.
If it meets these other
Yeah.
requirements that we've agreed upon.
Yeah, without the
Yeah, but
requirement for 4
They're
walls.
being used today without all of those features.
With the safety features though, they have been, if they were
With the
approved.
safety features of code, yes.
Right,
I think these are fair and the right thing to do on the safety procedures and the safety
okay,
elements.
So I'm confused on loft.
okay.
We're talking about striking that, I think.
So,
We're talking about striking that, taking it out of there.
Well, adding lofts by striking the 4 walls.
Well, right,
Yeah.
striking the language.
Yeah.
right, so Gus, by removing the rest of the language, it does essentially allow for a loft, if it meets these other components, could be permitted as a bedroom.
Why does it need to be called?
So you're
bedroom?
eliminating current,
So
Permitted
the sleeping area is
certificates.
200 years.
No, we are not. No, to be
My
clear,
kitchen
no,
would be all
because,
come up for renewal?
so lofts, there are several lofts throughout the county that are already permitted as a sleeping area, Gus, because they already meet those fire and life safety requirements.
Okay, well,
Why this definition is important is because as Mike opened the conversation, maximum occupancy is based on bedroom in the proposed draft to help address community concerns raised about overcapacity of homes. I guess that's just the most succinctly way I can put that.
Because the
Let's
home,
try.
some of the homes I know of and have talked to, that's where the children,
Right, so that's what we've just been talking about. Yep,
and
so,
children are permitted,
yes, well, we hope so, right? We
So
want
far.
children.
they're not permitted as a family though.
Well, we're gonna table this, cause that's a different conversation than what we're talking about right now.
understand.
Okay, thank you. Karen has a question.
For these lofts, what is your egress? Because they're on a
Windows-
second
Windows
story.
or decks,
And
or
so you have a
Stairway.
ladder or
What's
an
that?
exterior stairway for people
There's a
who are up in the loft?
stairway, yeah, there's,
Interior stairway?
interior, or there's actually an exterior window that opens.
And then
Second
they
floor.
jump from the second floor?
Ladder.
So you have,
We're not required to put those ladders in.
well, I think that would be a safety thing that should be included.
So would we require that for all second and third story bedrooms that also do not have a deck?
Or short-term rental.
So so the intent of this, Karen, is to make sure they can't escape. If it's a loft, right now, we look at how they get up to the loft, because there's also a fire and life safety examination, inspection of the stairs or whatever it is, right? So that's a piece of it, so they can get down if they up and down, but also then some sort of window that meets, there's a couple of exceptions, there's new windows, there's windows of homes that were built before current code. A lot of rentals will have some sort of step that has to be installed if the window is too high for emergency egress. So there's a lot of ways right now that we address that, and we will continue to do that through those building code and fire and life safety requirements.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Yes, Scott?
Does this emergency escape, does that include the ladders? It
No,
seems like
it's typically just your windows, right? Because, or else we, even just for permitting a new home, we'd be requiring stairs, decks, emergency ladders, etc.
Okay,
Yeah,
so, but that's in there, though, the emergency escape is in there, so.
that is correct.
If you got the loft you're talking about, it would have to have an emergency escape.
You got it. Yep, and it could be,
So that covers what we're talking about
it could be a sliding glass door with a deck.
Right.
Sir, you'll have to wait for public comment. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. So back to, yes, Jerry.
No, I think maybe.
Okay.
I think we should have a discussion. I mean, bedrooms or closets were just kind of tossed off, and we didn't.
Let's, yep,
we
we're gonna go
didn't
back.
talk about pros and cons, and I was waiting for that. And also, I wanted to hear the rationale for including it from you. To me, it's first of all, it's not a burden if you're honestly expecting to provide and advertise a room as a bedroom, to provide something for their clothes, a closet or something like that. And I think people are doing that now, so I don't think it's going to be a big new burden for people. And it also distinguishes another way, not the only way, but one more important way to distinguish spaces that are truly authentically intended for bedrooms from other places that can meet all these other requirements. A kitchen could meet these requirements. You know, a bathroom could meet these requirements. It was spacious.
But it's not
and they throw a cot in.
intended for sleeping.
I'm sorry, but I think that some concrete indicator of sleeping use, overnight sleeping use, is an important element of defining something to be licensed as a bedroom permitted. I think there should be either a built-in closet or a piece of furniture intended to store clothing.
But why not just a
Can the
bed?
closet be hooks on the wall? Because some houses that we sell and that are rented have literally just hooks on them.
I mean, it's not a safety thing to have an armoire.
I don't think this is about safety. This is about
But
occupancy.
it's supposed to be.
No, this is about
it's-
occupancy.
it's
This is
your-
about cramming.
Do hooks on the wall
This is
constitute a
about
closet?
putting cots in a kitchen. This is about putting cots.
Somebody
in
wants
a
to pay $75 per year to put a person in a kitchen. I mean, it's just not.
Our neighbors are.
No, I firmly believe that, everybody's saying, oh, this, that, the other exceptions. No, a bedroom needs to have a place to hang the clothes. If you can come up with words, it needs it not because every bedroom needs it, but because to be advertised as a bedroom, it's a reasonable thing to be required because so many things depend on the number of bedrooms. So many things other depend on it. So Pam and I are just never going to agree on this, but sometimes you have to inconvenience the room. Put up some hooks in an enclosed space for clothes. Get an armoire if you want to license and charge for a bedroom. That's not unreasonable, people. You're pushing this too far.
So Terry, thank you. I was just gonna say, thank you for waiting.
So we have a home that we use as a short-term rental, and two of our bedrooms have big closets, and two of them don't have closets, but they have areas to hang clothes and they have big dressers. So I think the requirement to have a place to store clothes is fine. To require that it be a closet, I disagree with. I think that's
Yeah,
too
but then we're kind of like, it's like we're getting in the weeds. It's very much up in my.
Sometimes you have to get in the weeds.
We're in
Sometimes
the
you have
weeds.
to
This
get
is
in
like
the
the weeds of the weeds of the weeds.
You don't let the weeds intimidate you from
How
mowing
many
your lawn.
drawers per person are they gonna have for their, I mean, it's like.
So how would we, so the closet is easy, right? Or, so this becomes the or part, right? The or part of the language, or a storage feature? What would we?
Clothing
Clothing?
storage feature.
Is that what
So
we?
if they're in a den or a loft sleeping, they need a dresser?
Well, but then
We're
that
getting all
goes
up
back
in
to the
there.
conversation of the +2,
Well, plus,
right?
And remember, inspectors are going to be given some guidelines and exercise some discretion here. And if they want to challenge the decision, they can do that. I think that inspectors make reasonable decisions about a whole bunch of other things. Adequate, reasonable. Those words are in the code, and they have to interpret them in situations.
Right.
This is just one more.
Adequate clothing storage?
Like, how many other short-term rental ordinances
Just
have
remember, two more people,
a
this
requirement
doesn't
for
apply to.
clothing storage?
You get 2 or 4 more.
I can't think of
This isn't
any.
going to apply to.
I could look. I've never looked at that actually. I mean, I was doing a quick look at Gearhart, and they limit occupancy by parking, number of bedrooms, you get 2 people per bedroom, they don't get too specific, or septic system, whichever is the most limiting.
Right.
So they've avoided the question of defining bedroom here, so we should look into that. I can't recall running into one that got too much into the bedroom, but it matters, I mean, it certainly matters, I mean, and it's up to the group, but it can be more than just life safety. It could be the mechanism for limiting occupancy of the structure. That's fair game, that could be the regulatory tool for doing that.
But then
I
adding
mean,
hooks.
if all we need to do is add a hook, yeah, is it really worth, like, going down that path? It's just one more thing that
That's
makes
an
it
argument
easy
for
for the
making
big guys and not the little guys. But some people can't make closets. You can't just whip up a closet.
But you don't
have a
give up the whole
cottage.
policy concern because of that. That seems to me like the tail is wagging the dog. If you're gonna advertise and license and charge for a room to be a bedroom, you've got to incur some kind of inconvenience to make something to make it a bedroom. And I think a closet
I mean,
or
a bed.
Bend on a minimum square footage requirement for a sleeping area that's approved than like getting into where people put stuff.
not where.
I mean,
Plus remember, there's 2 more people here that aren't gonna have a closet. For licensing purposes, there's already this building for
2 per bedroom.
what I'd like to see is the presentation that listed what was the average current permitted occupants? I know we had it at
Between
some.
8 and 10.
Okay, and I couldn't find wasn't there like this many were this many? I remember
Yeah,
seeing it,
it's
but I
in your
can't.
packet from last month.
Oh, last month?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think it's last month.
thank you. I was trying to find that.
Can we move on to closet thing, because I don't think we're going to reach agreement.
Okay, let's vote on
Okay, wait a minute, what are we
Yeah.
voting on?
Okay,
I would
so-
make a motion.
All right,
I would move that this language say requires a bedroom or other adequate clothing storage feature, and leave it up to the inspectors to use their judgment and discretion on that.
closet or
adequate clothing feature.
Storage feature.
Clothing storage feature?
Yep.
Okay.
okay,
Just storage.
Clothing storage, not shoes.
or would it just say?
Oh, shoes would be silly.
Just shoes.
Or would it just say storage?
To put my underwear somewhere.
To store what? To store what?
Yeah, okay, well, I'm just thinking about hangers and, okay.
Or an adequate clothing storage feature.
Okay.
You know, I don't think there's gonna be very many people, I mean, this is a matter of whether there's 0 or something.
Right. Okay, so with that, so let me run through these again and then we'll vote, yeah? Okay. Light, ventilation, and heating, the first bullet. We're gonna jump down to emergency escape and rescue opening. We're gonna jump down to smoke alarm, carbon monoxide detector, and then the last. I'm sorry?
Per
You said
floor?
carbon monoxide detector, you added them for where appropriate.
Yep, thank you. And then the last where we have some way to not allow those other areas. Okay, so all of those things listed in their entirety, yes or no?
The things you just ran down.
Yep, the things that I just ran down.
Everybody was raising green cards.
Yep.
Not closet yet.
Karen, I
Not
didn't
closet
see
yet.
you.
Oh, I did yellow because
Yellow, okay.
I'm really concerned about occupancy.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you, are you comfortable, and thank you all very much, are you comfortable with moving forward, because we're gonna get into occupancy later, right? But just as we've modified this definition now, this is what we're gonna work on. This is what we're gonna work with. All right, okay, very good. All right. So Mike, let's go back to where you started. I believe that was page 11.
What did we do about closets?
It was included. Oh,
No, it
oh
wasn't.
my gosh, I am so sorry, Terry. My apologies. Okay, so,
Yeah.
to add Jerry, I am so sorry. Jerry's
You're doing
language
great. You're doing
about,
great.
thank you for
This is so
keeping me on
tough.
track. So this includes adding Jerry's language about a closet and or an alternative storage clothing feature.
What's that now?
On the definition of bedroom, so it would include that definition.
You don't like that clothing?
No, I think we're getting too.
I think
Yeah.
it's too, yeah.
It's not life safety.
Okay.
We're moving beyond life, health, and safety to occupancy, that's the
Right.
problem.
Well, that is it's kind of a problem.
Are you
No, it's
done
kind
with
of-
my colors?
Yes, thank you, Terry. Okay, so,
What was the number? I didn't see.
there were 3 of you that said no, and everybody else either got to or could get to yes.
Wait, before we go here, do we talk about
Okay.
the thread count on the
4 said
sheets?
no. 4
No, no, okay, so,
Oh, that is not even
oh,
reasonable.
okay,
Oh, come on.
okay, hang
It
on.
is too.
Kind of
Let's
feel
talk
like-
about the blinds, I'm gonna talk about the
We
blinds.
debate.
I would like to have rules for blinds, I hate blinds.
Okay, so, all right, so let's, no, we're still here. Okay, so,
I agree
the
with
point of
blinds.
contention is the closet or adequate clothing storage feature.
Oh,
So we're not done.
It just
We
doesn't
did-
seem like a
we didn't get there.
logical minimizer of occupancy.
Okay.
It just seems to be getting up in people's business.
but I think it's beyond that. I think it's about designating a place for people to sleep that's really for people to sleep. And I think that adding that particular statement avoids people sleeping in the kitchen and having that say it's okay.
I'm just thinking about many like basement rooms with the height of it. That room needs to be approved with an egress and a carbon or and a smoke detector.
And there should be some place for people to put their clothes.
Yeah.
In my,
So yeah, but then
Or that
it seems like
becomes
an
where
odd
the
rule.
plus
It's
2
not
sleep.
or that's
Right.
the plus two.
Yeah.
That's what the
But
plus
it's
two
There
could
can't
be.
be
Yeah,
like
three
plus
plus
twos
two.
all over the place, in my opinion, then we're just getting too many people in the houses.
Is the plus 2, why does that not require a closet?
Because we're gonna give some wiggle room.
So those are
Giving a
the,
little
We're
wiggle
gonna give some
room.
wiggle
Oh, I
room.
know.
They
that's
sleep
not-
in the kitchen.
Basically, it's in the living room.
I mean,
Bruce wants to get rid of the plus 2.
I don't think my guests even use my
I
closets.
agree.
Like, I don't think my guests use my closets. Like, there's very, never anything left over and then left behind. One of them doesn't have any, I have a dresser, they're empty. People just open their bag and, unless they're there for a long time, but
So-
yeah, it's not, I don't see it as being something that the county needs to mandate, like where
But
you
in that
hang your
situation, they
clothes.
don't, but in a situation where people are using rooms that shouldn't be, you're talking about the converse situation. Just because not everybody needs it, doesn't mean that too many people will in other houses without it.
Yeah, it's
Right,
just
but
superfluous.
you
It's not-
don't
It's not
need it.
superfluous,
Well, we
it's
say you
very
can't use the kitchen
meaningful.
or
Well, we
bathroom for a
voted.
bedroom.
right, so what about, so let's think, so just kind of thinking about this in a little bit of a bigger scope. Through this ordinance that we have not talked about yet, we do, like I said, we do have the maximum shall not exceed no matter how many bedrooms you have, right? So we have that coming up. We've also exempted children from occupancy, right? So there's draft language that exempts children up to a certain age, which you may find as we continue to work through this, offsets the concerns and the limitations about, right, the one-offs. So we've got a couple of one-offs in here. What if we tentatively keep the closet in the definition, and then as we work through these other occupancy things, we come back and make sure that those one-offs mitigate for that addition. And Nicole, you and others in the room that are professionals in the industry can let us know whether or not the one-offs make up for the requirement for the closet.
Closet or the definition.
Or an alternative closet, clothing storage area. But I think because we have these other things built in too that we haven't had before that are part of the draft, it might be okay.
Yeah, and I think with the, reducing the occupancy of the estate homes, and we have some reduction of parking,
That's right.
I think that maybe we don't need to also then say you have to have a closet and a hook or
Right.
something really subjective up to interpretation of an individual inspector about, can you, put your clothes here to unpack? Like, that's just not a life safety thing.
So what we know we agree on is the definition as amended. And the only shaky part, it sounds like, is the closet. But we can we leave it there tentatively and move forward with the rest of the discussion to see how that's going to play in with these other conversations, and then we can come back? Or can we table the closet, keep the definition with the majority, but then Terry and Jerry, I want to honor, Mike, the things that you guys have said, because I do think your points are really important, and I think they're valid with our community members. See if we need to slip those back in somewhere. I just think we may find we need it or we don't. What do you think?
I'd be good with tabling it. I don't want to keep it in there. I think that through parking and max occupancy, we're going to be able to address the kind of a general, lower occupancy. And if you can get around it by just screwing a hook into the wall, I don't think it's serving its intention, which is to count something as a bedroom. If you can just, like, there's my bedroom, like that's.
I don't think a screw in the wall is adequate clothing storage.
Right, well,
Yeah.
that's where we're going down this path of what is adequate clothing
always
storage.
are coming from are gonna be schooled on adequate clothing storage of the home inspectors.
So the other thing I could offer for consideration is understanding what the intent is, how you feel about this and what you want to see. Maybe Dan, you and I can spend the next couple of weeks doing some work. We know what parts we want to keep. We're in agreement with the parts we want to keep. Maybe that's where we work on the other piece of this to try to come back and offer you something to go with that. Are we okay with that? With that?
Well, the record right now is that we voted 7-3 or 8-3 for that
Right.
definition. Oh, she said 3.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. So, anyway.
It is
so
the
that's-
majority.
It is where we are.
Yeah.
And then you said we might revisit it to see if people want to change their minds. And then we're not deciding, we're just making recommendations to the commissioners.
Mhm.
And we let them know it was a 7-4 vote or whatever, and that's how we felt. And
We can
then they'll
absolutely
go
do
forward.
that too.
I'd ask your building inspector too if they wanna take that on. Cause it seems kind of out of the, it's very ambiguous.
Sure. So the majority was to add that language, but what we can commit to is doing some more work on that. How about that? We'll do some more work on that and come back, and then I would say just as we continue to move forward, maybe that's one of the things we keep in mind when we look at these other pieces too. Yes, Gus?
Please take into account the family size.
Mm-hmm.
It says 2 minors. My son has 4. So I'd be remiss if I didn't try to protect my own son.
Great.
And I tell them too.
Okay, so let's go back. So if everyone's okay, so we've got about an hour left today. We still need to have some time for public comment. And we need to talk about when we're gonna meet again. Mike, so we did adjust the definition of bedroom. And then going back, I believe you said that was page 11 to maximum occupancy. Okay, so now that we've shifted our definition, we've modified our definition of a bedroom. Let's go back to maximum occupancy, which is where we started, which is the maximum overnight occupancy shall be limited to 2 persons per bedroom plus an additional 2 persons. This?
That's probably okay, isn't it?
Yep, it's largely what it is today. Thank you, Terry. Okay, cards? Anybody want to give me a card?
And then you have 2 more minor children, is that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Make a comment before we vote?
Yes, please.
One of the things which would make a difference in how I vote, but one of the things I have on my parking lot thing was, I think there should be a procedure for a variance, because I'm thinking of one specific house in Netarts, it's on 8 acres surrounded by forest land, and it's a huge house, and it's got a private gate, and there's no way they could ever make noise or have cars parked to disturb the neighbors. So why should they be penalized to have to rent to fewer people when, they're fairly unique in their setting? There should be a procedure, or there should be an option for a variance to these rules.
So I'm going to answer that, and I know I'm going to simplify this, and Dan, help me out here. That's a discretionary decision without clear and objective standards. It's going to kick them into some sort of hearing proceedings, and this is not land use, so that is not an option.
You could create a separate variance procedure. I do that for sign codes, and that's not land use.
No?
Don't incorporate the land use variance process.
Okay.
That's all. But in this
So it's an
case, what would the
exception process.
criteria be, and what do they need a variance to?
To the number of people allowed, because they used to sleep 26 people, so they would have, reunions, family reunions, kitchens, that sort of thing. And this is just a family who owns it. They primarily use it for themselves, but they also do short.
Does it have a zillion bedrooms?
I think it has 6 bedrooms and a huge family room that's separate from everything else.
Figure it out and see under these regulations, what could they get?
I don't remember, but it's a lot less than 20.
There was another public comment, like Manzanita Schoolhouse or something, like their home was built as originally for, is that what we're talking about? Or-
No.
It was like built as a schoolhouse and they've converted it, so I'm assuming from the name. And so they were concerned about the ability, with these numbers being in a state home, that it would just have a major shrink impact. So maybe there's some room to have the people that are, like you said, some kind of variance, if you can do it that way. If you have a current permit.
Home is one category.
Right.
And you could have that in terms of size of structure or acreage too.
I would rather redefine a state home than come up with a discretionary process that I think is going to actually overcomplicate and cause more issues for.
Or it could be an exception category that swallows all the rules.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about an exception to an exception,
Yeah.
so.
Right.
So I like the regular STR, the large jumbo house STR, maybe the large lot estate STR,
So add another definition.
Yeah,
so
maybe
add
if you
that.
have a certain
I
amount
would
of,
rather do that and keep it clear.
if your lot is a
Neighbor
certain
notification.
size, like,
Yeah, this is one of those things where figure out in the county, how many are we talking about? Is it just, is there just one of these ginormous large lot estate things? Or are there various, like 37 varying degrees of bigness?
Whatever's in here, though, you've got to protect Sarah from the landslide of people that are going to want this same exception for them. You've got the criteria have got to be pretty concrete.
Well, there's 2 issues that not to be, I'm not against this in theory, but the problem is that I would have to come up with some sort of notification process with an appeal process, and that's a capacity issue. And then what is that, again, if you want something that's clear and objective, where I can say, these things allow for extra, where it's a clear yes or no, they meet them, I'm totally on board with that.
Look at the broader sheet. So you are the administrator of this program.
Yes.
I think we cannot, in no way we can develop every if and or but in this whole thing. And I think that's what's causing us problems. We're trying to do that. And delegating, and I don't put you on a spot here, but sorry, you're a paid professional.
Yeah.
And if you want to create a small committee or something, those of us that want to assist you, whatever you do, but I think we've got to give you some latitude to make decisions that fit within this box.
Thank you.
That's not in here. I don't see it.
Yeah. So there is some
There is some
language.
language.
Yeah. So there is some language. Mostly where my latitude comes in is determining whether or not a complaint is a violation in some things. But I don't. So I appreciate what you both are saying about those larger homes and the larger acreage. A lot of those, some of them tend to be on resource zone lands. There's some legislation that's going to take care of this potentially.
Well, there's case
Anyway.
law too that can't
Right.
do it.
So I would say, if I'm happy to
Do you
work.
permit those?
I'm not saying.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We'll talk later.
So we'll talk. What I would be happy to do for the committee is work with Dan to come up with some sort of exception process that maintains those clear and objective standards for those instances. But I would be very hesitant to come up with a bunch of exceptions to the rules to try to project forward of what we think may be all these different scenarios.
And I think there aren't a zillion flavors here. I think you can figure out how many of these large buildings with a zillion bedrooms and large acreage. There can't be many of those, and not resource land.
There's lots of room.
Yeah, there can't be many.
Karen?
Wouldn't they just get an event certificate? They've got the limit that
For every
everyone else
rental
is
then.
following.
So a temporary use permit would not,
It wouldn't work.
it wouldn't work. Not the way it's designed. I think we can maybe come up with something to help address that.
Yeah.
Take a stab at that and see what we can do. Okay.
Just come back to the Portland comment again, and that is
Yeah.
that you're almost making these commercial type ventures, it's go rent a motel, sorry.
Well,
You have
and
come
if-
to Tillamook County, like you go to other counties or something, I don't know, they're just more set up for larger groups.
And if they are out in areas that are predominantly farm and forest uses, does it warrant for those larger homes with, that could sleep 27, 30 people, are we looking at potential impacts to adjacent resource lands? I mean, then are we permitting something that's so big where, we have to take into account something like 215, 296, septic systems, but I mean, you're getting into a larger operation.
Eventing on resource land is like a huge body of case law.
That's right. That's what I'm
Oh,
thinking
yeah, it's
too.
a big deal.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at this, there's 4 permitted currently that accommodate more than 20. I really I don't represent any of these. I don't work with them, but the idea is cool, and it's a nice to have as a resource. As an advocate for the tourism community that we don't have on our board anymore, it's a cool resource to have. We have a reunion home. This home is permitted. It's a big, huge space. You can have a small event here with 25 people. We don't have that. We don't have community centers that are very available. We don't have event spaces. We don't have a lot of. So
But now you're moving away from the use of the
well, I know, but
dwelling
that's
as
what I'm saying. If we can get something in this ordinance, because they might not be permitted as a commercial thing. It might be, just as an option to give you the discretion to be like, yes, this place is operated this way. I've notified all the neighbors. It's got a great septic system. It's got great parking. Nobody's going to hear if, anything happened. Like, to give you the authority to approve this for somebody that could do something cool in our county that makes it a nice place to be that's not going to offend anybody.
Assign kind of a homework project to someone to figure out these 4
Yeah.
dwellings that are STRs of
I can have staff with
unusual
them.
size.
Yep.
And get the.
To give her the department, the tool to say, this
What's the deal on
isn't
each
gonna
one?
really hurt, and maybe renewable, so in 3 years we'll look at it again. Is anybody annoyed at it yet? Kind of a situation to make,
Neighbors could come in closer.
yeah, to make it so that there is room for this kind of creative
I like that.
use of space, because we don't know what, somebody could do something like amazing out there, and not
So,
just a farm.
so I will pull that with staff, and then you and I can work on some
There you
Yeah.
go.
Okay.
Who knows? I mean, it might already, 1 or 2 of the
Let's do it.
reasons might be already driving the neighbors crazy, but
Right.
you need to.
Or they might be in resource zones that we need to discuss anyway.
Yeah.
Yes, we will do our homework.
But it's a
We'll
small
have some
number.
for
It's a
you.
very small
Yep.
number.
But if you make a score, you gotta look at the growth rate and the investment rate that's going on right now. You gotta look to the future, otherwise this is garbage.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Gus. Okay, so to keep us on time, we got 45 minutes left, so let's go back to our maximum occupancy definition. Sans the conversation about the larger rentals, how does everybody feel about that?
You mean just that first sentence?
All of letter A.
Oh,
It didn't previously include the children as extras, did it? So this is new.
So this exempts the children, right?
Under
So this,
12.
under 12.
So this almost increases
Well,
in
it
some.
was 2.
Which is, so they may allow up to 2 minor
extra kids.
children, age 12. So this goes back to when we were talking about bedrooms and lofts and dens, etc. This is where one of those other pieces comes in of, we're gonna let you, the draft language is 2.
It's
but-
basically allowing what probably goes on anyway.
So it's 2 plus 2 and then plus 2 more
That's
under
right.
age 12 if you want.
That's right. Yes, that's exactly right.
That's a lot of it.
Karen?
Which is why lofts should not be counted as bedrooms, because it's 2 per bedroom, plus 2, plus 2 kids. They can sleep anywhere they want. But the bedroom count is so important as far as the occupancy, because this just takes us.
Right, so essentially we're adding 4 people that are not included in your
Correct.
maximum occupancy calculation.
Why do we even have any restrictions on minor children?
Because right now the code is silent, so if someone
Right.
calls me,
Right, I just said, why,
Yeah.
why should it be limited? I don't know. We'll come back to, get 4 kids there, 5 kids, they can sleep anywhere, kind of, you know what I mean?
so are
Not in
you
a closet.
saying like a blanket exemption
come on,
to not include any of the
They
children
can
under
be the
age
2
12?
extras that don't have to be kids, so that could be 4 kids.
Yeah. Pardon me?
Are you, so sorry Bruce, just to, trying to track what you're saying,
I'm
are you
just
saying?
Why are we putting this restriction for under age 12?
Because we didn't want to add 4 adults on top of the number.
Because, so I think it, in my opinion, it would be helpful to distinguish between
But if
kids
one
and
family
adults.
rents it, and they have 4 people, you're eliminating them by this ordinance.
That's right, it allows the maximum, so if I had 6 kids, I don't, but if I did, you know, and my mom and dad and me and my partner and,
Yeah.
you know, great grandma all wanna come to the coast and rent a house, my kids would completely count us out of the ability to rent most rentals. So what this does is it exempts small, up to, so language right now,
Just 2.
proposed for 2, that could change. But the idea is to give you that flexibility, so as a family, can come stay.
It also excludes the Cub Scout troop.
Right,
Okay, that's fair.
yeah,
Which is something I think you want to exclude.
What about changing that to 4?
change it to whatever the committee wants to recommend.
Families are shrinking, come on, that's the trend.
I drive a minivan.
Karen?
There would be 6 people above
The
the
4 children, grandchildren Gus has, 2 of those can become the +2. It's not, it's, the 2 additional people can be 2 additional children. So you can have 3 or 4 grandkids.
But it specifically says, may allow up to 2 minor children.
Right.
And
He's just get a blanket too.
In addition to,
the 2.
keep reading the sentence. In addition to the maximum number otherwise allowed.
And there's always a different house.
The contact person may allow up to 2 minor children.
Keep going.
I like this. This is really helpful and gives a lot. I'm a little, and I'm hesitant to even open my mouth about it, but the, I'm worried about the marketing. Like, if I list this home as accommodates 10, in my mind, that's always been 10, including children. So now, am I allowed to market to 12? And like, it's just kind of a little bit of limitation in how, like, when people are searching. And
Yeah, VRBO lets you separate it, Airbnb doesn't let you separate like
And I
your
can
max
post
occupancy.
it all I want, and I feel like that's a way around it, but just, like, if my home is permitted for 10, and I'm marketing for 12, because I'm allowed to, you know, so I think we can get around it, but it's just something to think about. If
Yeah,
you're
that's
scraping
good.
the software and
Yep.
each house is saying 2 more than is permitted.
There's also the age issue. 12 seems kind of old to me. I mean, as far as a child.
Yeah.
In my mind, people come in and then, you know, they got their babies, and they're 2, 3, 4-year-olds. Bring their own bedding for them, and everything else, and so I don't know. That's the one where,
Sure.
that's the kind of the practical side of it. When people come in, they just think, well, yeah, they're not kidding, it's no big deal, we don't have to count them. A 4-year-old,
That's
3-year-old.
pretty much what happens.
It's kind of pretty much happens.
They're like, oh, well, that's just a kid. I mean, it's hard
I know
to
it.
enforce it once
I
they've
like
shown up.
this as is, and we should see what the sense of the committee is, but I think we don't need to say minor children if they're under 12.
Yeah, it's true. Double.
You're saying we don't need to count?
No, I'm saying we don't have to say minor children if they're under 12, they already are minors.
Redundant. Okay.
And I don't
Unless
know
they're
if
like
it's
major versus minor
somewhere,
children.
but when I look through the ordinances, 12 is the age that they count. It's different for hotels where you get kids under 6 or 8 free. But when I've looked at ordinances, it's been common to see 12 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know,
And the movies.
Yeah. And that is standard, so that's where it was pulled from. It's just, that just seems to be standard language for exemption of children that's that age threshold. So,
Jerry and I have a proposition.
We have
Okay.
so does Pam.
please.
We think we could get a unanimous vote on this if it went to 3 children.
Under age of 12.
Yeah.
Split the kids, yeah.
This is the Solomon
Split the
solution.
babies.
Okay.
About 3.5, no, 3, don't you push.
Okay, so we're gonna take a vote on letter A with 2 amendments. We're gonna increase the number of children to 3, and we're gonna take out the word minor. That.
How about well-mannered kids?
Oh, boy, I don't know, I can't enforce that, you don't want me to. I'm sorry, Mike?
This is a minor one. So in the.
And we have a red
In
card.
the max occupancy, that you put on the permit.
Yep.
Does that include the children?
It should.
So we can split out the permit to say, what the maximum
What does it do now?
occupancy,
I think that's,
it counts everybody, it doesn't matter.
see, I think that should be in the, back to the explanation issue. If the house sleeps 10 without the kids in there, I think that's what the occupancy ought to be. And then we could have the fine print up to 3,
Right,
under
yeah,
each wife
and
or
I
something.
can,
That's
and we
probably the way we'd
can,
market
that's
it.
an easy addition.
Yeah.
Hang on just a sec, Hillary, I think Karen had a comment.
So that means you can have 5 kids.
Yes.
5.
And
3 kids plus 2.
plus 2.
Yeah, 3 kids plus 2.
And I'm trying to keep occupancy down. That's what my neighborhood wants.
And so if the closet and or storage piece stays in the bedroom definition, would that address your concerns if we up this to 3 kids?
Maybe.
Okay?
Yellow card. Yellow card.
Yeah.
So the children would not count
Damn, I
towards the
thought we had a
max
unanimous
occupancy?
vote.
Correct.
Would that
And-
also
You did deliver.
fall
Jared.
down into the parking?
No, because the parking is based on
Bedrooms.
bedrooms and max occupancy that does not include the children, which is where the definition of a closet or that storage area comes back into play. So if we kind of shift this a little bit to up it to 3 plus the 2, but we leave the
Closets.
closet or storage in the definition, it still leaves those dens and loft areas open.
But not in the count for occupancy.
So, right, because occupancy, the way this is written, occupancy is determined by the number of bedrooms, which is influenced by the list, including, as we have tentatively kept in, the closet and storage. But what we're saying is that for those loft areas and the dens, if we up it to 3 kids and you still get your 2 people, does that counterbalance the 2? Because then you've got, because then
So
you
the
can still
loft
put a,
counts as a bedroom.
No, it just is a place for to put
for
more
those
kids
extra
without
5
having
people.
to
to
So
get
if it's a 2-bedroom house with a loft, its occupancy is gonna be 6 people and 3 kids.
Yes,
Yes.
that seems fair.
So what?
I thought we agreed to vote that a loft could be counted as a bedroom, and
No,
now
because
we're.
they're not counting the loft.
If
Well,
it
if it has
has,
a closet.
if it has
We
a
are-
closet or
we
a
are-
storage
closet.
area.
She said they're not.
Oh,
So,
okay.
okay, so hang on. Karen is concerned about occupancy, right? So what Karen is concerned about is that if we keep upping the number of people that can stay in a rental, because yes, and I hear that from the folks in your community all the
Right,
time.
It's not just me.
It is not just you, and that is a concern countywide, that is not unique to Neoconi. Karen's concern is that if we keep upping the number of people that can still come, that are not subject to that maximum occupancy, it's going to increase the limit. My offer is that if we keep the closet or some sort of clothing storage area in the definition of a bedroom, does that address Karen's concerns? Because it's still gonna then determine occupancy, but Nicole doesn't get to your concerns about those dens, those loft, those other areas that maybe don't need that definition of a bedroom. It still gives those 5 extra people a place to
So
stay.
if we put a closet in a loft, you're not gonna count it as a bedroom still.
We would.
We would.
We
Yeah.
would, yes.
That's what I was confused.
But what this does is I'm trying to get to Karen's concern about upping occupancy without having those parameters in what a bedroom is.
Yeah, I mean, I would rather see we leave the closet stuff alone and just do the +2. keep it at the +2 and not +3, because like she said, there are concerns about occupancy. So we've already added 2 to what was there before, so like if we're, yeah.
Don't we all agree that based on this draft, we're gonna have less occupancy than we have right now?
Yes.
I would have more.
Yeah, Bruce, I don't think that's a blanket statement.
No, because I have 2 bedrooms, and so they just gave me 2 free kids.
Okay, I'm just saying that with all of the.
2 free,
All of the
free like don't count.
requirements that are in here, including parking,
Yeah.
on-site parking, we're gonna have less occupancy under this new proposal than we have now. I think that's almost a given. Unless we get a big influx of new STRs, which I don't think we're gonna have. Even post-COVID. I mean, the economy's different now.
Are we pretty clear if we're gonna end the ban on new
Yes.
licenses?
The pause.
They're gonna end the pause.
So the pause, if we can get this to the board to have hearings in June, then they will be able to lift the pause July 1st.
That's the current deadline?
That is the current deadline, which is right.
Pretty aggressive.
It is. But, and to your point, we do have quite a few people waiting. So that's one other
The
thing
waiting
we
room is
are,
filling up.
that's right. So that is also why we are working separately on to look at how to lift the pause, so we don't end up with that flood or some sort of unfettered growth that puts us right back here.
Yeah, you don't want a gap. You want these regulations to come into play
Right.
like about 10 minutes before you lift the pause.
I would propose we look at this 2 versus 3 issue and vote on it, and then see how that affects what people want to do with regard to the closet issue.
Okay.
We're trying to figure out the chicken egg situation,
Yeah,
because we're
yeah,
never going to.
yeah,
It's going to be
right.
circular.
I agree.
Getting an
Thank
answer
you.
here on closets. I'm willing to go with the closet thing.
That's what I
And if
figured.
my question is this, is a pull-out drawer underneath a futon, would that be considered storage area?
I think they're going to work on that language.
Dan and I are gonna work
Okay,
on that,
and
bring
if
some
it
back.
does, I don't have a problem.
I took that class in law school. We can do it.
So let's assume,
Yeah, but what was
let's
your grade?
assume, this is crazy, scary, but let's assume Dan and I can come back and give you something, Bruce, that gives you some.
Okay.
And again, I think that's also where our latitude, my latitude and the inspector latitude comes in to make a reasonable determination. But, so, 2 versus 3?
Start with that.
Okay, so if
Mine
we,
just makes-
so what if we up it to 3 and Dan and I do some good work on the closet piece? How do we feel about that? Okay. Karen, is there any room in that at all?
No.
Okay. Okay. So Karen, are you comfortable with me? I will make a note of that in the process, but I would like to keep going.
Yep.
Okay, all right, so we will make a note of, and Karen, I will relay those concerns that will be reflected in my staff report as to why. Okay,
Thanks.
you bet. Okay, so, all right, so we've gotten through, what did we get through here? We got through maximum occupancy, and we got through still, oh, is it gonna let me look here? Yeah. We got through maximum
Did we
occupancy.
get through definitions?
We got through some good ones, yep,
A and B on page 11.
yep.
Estate home.
So estate home, so definitions is something where we might have to revisit a couple of times. So I'm not gonna cross that one out yet, but we've done some good work on that. We've talked about transfer, but we do need to come back and do a little bit of work on permit transfer. So we are at 2:00. We can, if there's something on here that you think we could discuss quickly, I would offer the good neighbor policy
Okay.
for just a couple of
There's a
minutes.
public comment.
I just have.
Yeah,
but
and then we need to go into
having
public
a problem with the term estate house. I don't understand where that came from and why that's in here. So anyway, we can talk about that at the next meeting or
Yep.
something, but the good neighbor policy, I think.
Yeah.
could be-
Who could be against it?
Huh?
Who could be against the good neighbor?
So let's just, then we can cross one more off our list today.
I might.
Before we dive into public comment. So the good neighbor policy, so just to give everybody some background on that maybe not be familiar with that. A group of rental managers and I had the pleasure of working with the Tillamook County Visitors Association to put that together. That good neighbor policy was also shared with our unincorporated communities to get their take on that. And what really was the catalyst for that policy, there were two things. One, communities had not felt like their concerns were being addressed. And so it was a great collaborative effort collectively to come together with the industry and do some positive promotion to better reflect not only what we would like to see for the industry, but also how we could demonstrate to communities the partnership of livability and promoting positive messaging. The communities had great responses to that, and many of our communities were like, this is just stuff we should all do, right? And so I personally feel like this was just some really great work that happened over the course of the last couple of years. And all of you that are in the room that helped with that, I want to thank you. So what this would do is, so letter Q on page 15. So what this would do is basically the work that's been done, and I know the Tillamook County Visitors Association has been talking to Nan about doing some updates with this. How do you feel about requiring that this in its poster form be posted in your rentals, and in rentals in the county?
Parking is moot, right? I mean, if it's all off-street, they're no longer gonna be parking in front of somebody else's driveway.
It's still a good reminder.
It's a good
It's
reminder,
still-
also you've got
yeah.
the guests,
It's a separate
the daytime
rationale.
guests.
I like it being provided. I have it we have like a welcome book and it's in the binder. I don't know if, like we already were talking about earlier, we have a lot of signs
Yeah.
now already. I don't know if it's one more sign that we need, but, you know, it may even be on my website, I don't know, but it's shared. I don't know if we need it as an actual physical sign hanging.
This says and provide copies to all short-term rental renters. And I don't think we need to have them a copy. We can have some, I guess, available, but
I think we should do one or the other. We should either post it or put it with the.
I think we should post it. And even on our website, have it on our websites too. That's up to us.
As opposed to having it in her book.
I mean, yeah, do you want it next by your front door with like all the other signage?
I know, there's a lot of signage.
It's a lot of
That's the
signage,
point, but
yeah.
also it's kind of just a good positive reminder. And again, I'd also say this is a living document that we've got to allow people, Nan and others to amend this, to keep it up to date. Like, obviously, the COVID thing should be deleted.
Oh, you're right. Okay, so Bruce, I see what you're
Yeah.
saying. So maybe just talk about the good neighbor policy and guidelines without the specific language of it, so it can be
It can
updated
be
without
updated.
amendment.
You
Yes.
can task-
Yeah.
Yeah,
You are absolutely
refer
right.
to it in some other
Yeah.
place that
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
always be done. But I-
Gotcha.
Yeah, but I think it's really, I mean, we were involved in this and the workup, and the response was so much better than I expected
Yeah,
from
It was
everybody.
amazing.
That I don't think it should be enough to put it just in a book that they may or may not thumb through. I also respect the space posting issue, but at least it should be that, or part of what they get when they get their paperwork.
I'm good with either or.
There's a lot of paperless situations to them.
Then post it.
Yeah.
I mean, it needs to be
I mean,
prominent in
we
some way.
email links to it to every guest, and we had our own version previously posted, so I don't think we were required to post it, so we did post it, but I linked to it. But I mean, there's different ways to go about it, but so I don't know how you want to get into the fine details of how it's required, but everybody communicates with their guests on different levels, so it's kind of a tough overall.
So if it's in here and someone says, just thinking about the administration part of this, you know, I think that, you know, Visit Tillamook Coast again has been an amazing partner. They did the notification postcards and a couple of things for us. I think I could definitely work with Nan on a poster that we could probably furnish. But if the language is that it shall be shared, I don't know how, I mean, that's just an honor system. I don't know how I would prove it's not.
Yeah,
That, I mean, I would rather have that be voluntary. I think it either needs to be posted on here, or it's something that we hope is voluntarily
I
done.
had sort of this list in my head of things in here that are recommended versus required, like it kind of addresses that shall be problem, like shall be shared. So, things that you can recommend are, to share this with your guests. Things that you can recommend are maybe a noise monitor or exterior surveillance camera or a contract with your guests with the rules, but things that are required are the things that are enforceable.
So I would say post it would be the easiest administratively. It would be clear, objective, it's there, we verify it's there, and then we move on.
Yeah, I agree with all that. It's like a real kind of a carrot approach with this thing. It's have man do it with good artwork and things. A good thing to put on the refrigerator. Or something, other places. And also, we talked this before, Sarah, that I'd like maybe a commitment from property owners, STR owners, that if they support this, that they actually can put a little symbol on their website.
I would love to get back to that work.
Something that they are participating in. Tell them a good neighbor program.
So we designed a logo. If you look at the letter already, it has that coalition logo on it for rentals, owners and managers that are upholding like these practices that find value in this. And I think we need to do that.
Definitely in our interests,
Yeah.
in the STR owners' interests, and property managers too, is to promote this.
Is there room to have, like when you're like, I'm just saying Nesquin, you enter the village, we have a lot of different signs and everything. Is there room for that? Because this is, actually it says it's for all, it's great information for all residents and not just short-term rentals. And one of the things we hear a lot is that, it'd be great if everybody followed these rules that we have set forth for short-term rentals. And it's
So-
maybe just another way to share it.
I agree, and I think that's a little bit separate than what we're talking about today, but yes, absolutely. Yes, Karen?
Would it be possible to add the dark sky nighttime lighting to Good Neighbor instead of having it in the ordinance? We've had a lot of complaints about short-term rentals having the exterior lights on. Someone checks out, the cleaning person cleans during the day, and you've got lights on until the next person.
I feel like that was part of our original discussion with Tillamook Coast when we were doing it, and that for some reason it fell out, and I don't remember why.
It was, and I think because that was more regulatory in nature. Yeah. So, I mean, we do try to address lighting. There is a standard in here for lighting in the draft amendments here in relation to that. I do want to be cognizant of time. So I'd say if you don't feel like if you feel like we need more time to discuss this, we can come back to it.
If it can be a living document, Karen, and I think Nan was saying that they're thinking of revisiting it.
Yes.
Currently anyway, that if that's adjusted to whatever the most recent version is, I don't think there'd be any adverse.
Or just
to
refer to the most recent version
about
that can be
lighting.
found.
Right.
So you don't have to keep changing the ordinance.
Because the only thing that worries me is if whatever's in that good neighbor policy, like fires, there's nothing in here about regulation of fires and fire pits because that's under the fire chief and the fire marshal. But I guess what I would caution with the good neighbor policy is beyond just posting it. If it's implied that you shall follow all of these things, that is the only thing that concerns me because then I am responsible for enforcement.
No, I
And
think
liability
it's
for
just,
breaking.
the whole Good Neighbor policy is just a friendly, I mean, it's a welcoming.
Yep.
It's gotta be welcome. It's
But
courtesy.
these are, when you live in the city, you leave your lights on for safety. You leave them on all night long. And then you come to the beach and you leave them on, and you're missing out on the stars, the moon, whatever.
So I did make a note of that.
Okay.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep,
And sometimes this was less restrictive advice than what we're telling the guests are the rules, so we were a little hesitant on some of that too. Because we want them to not think that's the rule, but
So for
So we have- we
Q,
have
can we
amended
just consider doing, shall post them in every short-term rental or provide copies to the short-term renters? So it's instead of and, but it's or?
I think or is adequate.
okay, just, yep, I would just caution that with if it's or, you know, it's a,
Right.
right, I don't wanna.
So if it's and, is it something then, can we put in there that the county will provide it? Like you'll give us the sign?
We can give you the poster for it.
The way that you did the tsunami map?
Yep.
Kind of a neat poster type document.
like when you send the tsunami.
Yep, so that's where I'm thinking that partnership with Visit Tillamook Coast, who already did the postcards, right, for notification, they may wanna put, we can put the logo on it, there could be some great opportunities for them to also, you know, put their names, I think that is part of that advertising promotion that we can get back to and get y'all something really nice.
But then if we don't want that, can we do our own that says the exact same stuff on a sign? 'Cause I need it to match my colors.
Yeah.
No, no. Just put it in a nice frame. Cover up their border with your own.
You gotta follow what we say.
Hillary, if I send an inspector out
Yeah.
and they have to look at this and they look at your wording and they're like
compare.
denied because
Yeah.
it's different.
Yeah, but if it's the same,
But then they have to read
You're
it word for
gonna,
word.
I would get a lot of angry phone calls from people.
Inspectors.
So, you know, and I would, you know, again, what is the intent of this? The intent is to share this, it's that positive messaging. So committee, do you feel like to do that, it needs to be posted in a rental? Or do you feel like it's good enough to just require that owners and managers share it with their guests?
Just post it. That's what I
Share.
prefer to do. I don't.
I think it's posted, but then you also have to handle one, that seems excessive to me, so maybe posting is adequate.
Okay. And I will have a report back to confirm. I will talk to Nan about all of this to make
In
sure
the
we
rest
can-
of the ordinance, there's nothing else that we're required to hand or post or share.
It's the same, it's a certificate, it's a tsunami, and it'll be
Okay.
this.
There is a practical difference, and I'm not pushing one way or the other. But if you get it at the time of booking, it's something you kind of glance at and have in mind ahead of time as you're planning your use. Where if you're planning something else, and then you discover that by this poster, that oops, I better not do that. I mean, just there's a difference.
The only reason I was asking is if there is going to be a set of rules that the county wants mandated posted in the house. This is our noise rule, this is I mean, it's kind of a different than this happy neighbor suggestion rule, than this is actually what you could get in trouble for. I mean, I post that, but if it was a required posting that had more teeth.
So right now, we're just talking about the good neighbor policy. I think that's an important conversation for us to resume, but just on the face of this, with this section of the ordinance.
You talk to Nan, have her get creative and think about a larger marketing plan.
Well, exactly, and I think that's where managers and owners that are sharing this ahead of time, you know, I think that upholds the integrity of the whole purpose
Me
of
too,
this.
me too.
You know, and we're gonna know, because those folks that are coming to visit, we're gonna know who knows what's going on here, but, you know, I think my personal opinion is we leave that to the managers and the professionals to do that and to share that positive messaging ahead of time.
Okay.
And then, but the requirement to post it, and I'll work with Nan on furnishing that. What do you guys think?
Yes.
Good? Cards? Thank you.
And we would like extra to put in the library for locals.
Uh-huh.
And
The signage, maybe like Hillary's talking about, we had businesses posting them when they first went out. It was
Yeah.
amazing. I mean, it was so nice. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Are we going
Okay.
to go to public comment now?
Yes, we're gonna move into public comment, and then we gotta talk about our date.
I want to say real quick.
Yes.
People might have a misunderstanding based on the way we interact, that Pam and I don't like each other or respect each other. Pam and I have been dealing with each other for years from a position of mutual respect. We disagree respectfully. She implied I was going to do something scurrilous. She was basically joking.
Okay.
So don't misunderstand it. When I need someone to do a contrary point of view in our community, I asked Pam to write something.
Both your reputations precede you guys.
I really enjoy when we're all working together. Okay, actually, I will come back to that. Let me get rid of that. Guys don't see- Okay, so let's get back to, yes, we need to get to, let's go ahead and move into public comment. All right, so, and I want to thank everyone in the room and online that stayed with us today to do this. And the committee, great work today. Okay, so let's go ahead and start. Let's see. So public comment, 3 minutes. Let's go ahead and start with. We've got Rob Govender.
Hi, thanks. So my name is Rob Govender. I've had a house in Cherry Belmont for 43 years. So I built with my dad, my brother, and my sister. We've enjoyed that and continue to enjoy that. I'd like to also acknowledge Sarah for your great work here. This is like Herding Cats, and you've done a great job. The committee, I know there are strong feelings on either side of this issue, but it's good to see people be able to joke and have a conversation. What I really wanted to speak to is the importance of data and the deliberations for this group. And I know that I've seen lots of public comment and surveys from various communities, and I think those are all good things. And I'm glad to see that Granicus is going to come in and collect real objective data done in a unified way for really understanding kind of the landscape. The concern is that this group is about to make a set of recommendations to the commission to go forward, which is going to have some far-reaching effects on everybody on all sides of this debate. And then the data is being collected. So with respect, I sort of feel like there is a bit of a cart before the horse here. I think I'll not use my entire 3 minutes, so I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Rob, and thank you for the kind words. Rob Combs, virtual. Mr. Combs, if you'd like to unmute yourself, please. You have 3 minutes. Okay. Hal Hendry. Did I say that right, Hal?
Hendricks.
Hendricks. I'm so sorry.
My own name. My issue is addressed, but this is a point of information. I was fire marshal for 20 years. The window requirement was not so much to get out, it was required to get in with an air pack on. That's why there's no ladder requirement. That's a fairly modern improvement of the building code. I think it's fairly tricky. That's why it's in the older homes with long, narrow bedroom windows. So that's a relatively new requirement. I'll tell you, with the new windows, it's not easy to get in.
Thank you, Hal, for the point of clarification. Jim Bartels.
Thank you. I'm Jim Bartle. We have a house in Pacific City that we've used, and I have some issues that are very important to me to come back to. So I don't want to get ahead of the game. Just an issue between next month and solve it. So thank you for your work.
Thank you, Jim. Heather.
So I have to agree. I was thinking this whole process is driving me like effing nuts. So you guys, it's just like, I don't know how you do it, but it's making me crazy. So a couple of things that I wanted to note. The not unattended barking dogs, it would be nice if that was included in the good neighbor, just so that the rule is in what's listed. I thought that. I had said last month that it would be nice if the STR money included paying for an officer on site to be on call for emergencies. I think that good managers, good homeowners are doing their best to make sure that everybody's in compliance so we're not creating chaos in the community. We want to do what's right for everybody in our community and provide the asset of the $7.5 million that we provide for the community. But no matter how much we vet people, there are always going to be bad people. That there's bad eggs. And so what I would like to see is somewhere written in the ordinance, if you are causing an extreme violation, that you will be removed from the property. So if you are coming to the community and you are having a massive party of, I mean, I think there are companies who have had, I know there was an article in the paper, 150 people. you're removed immediately, and we're not waiting till tomorrow, you're gone tonight, and we're removing you. I think there should be a provision in there that if I did my job and I vetted someone and they provided all the right answers and you checked in and you said everything right, I think that should be something that is in there. And if people know coming into Tillamook County, if I book there and they're gonna remove me, you're not gonna book in Tillamook County. You might book in somewhere else that doesn't have that ordinance in place. So I think having teeth in our policy, knowing that that is not going to be tolerated here, gives us as managers the authority. I don't want to be penalized because somebody bad came and did bad things even though I did everything right. And that's my fear, is that if I have 3 bad people come, I've lost my job. That's not right. So those are just a few things that have crossed my mind, but thank you for all your hard work. I don't envy you, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Heather. Annie Bishop.
Try to speak fast, I have to hold a list. First thing is everything you're doing, most people do, dramatically changes my life, and I just found out about it, so I wish technically we knew more because this is huge on it. I work for a gentleman who does own 3 homes, so when you're talking about taking it down to 1 home, and you're talking about taking his retirement and his livelihood away, and I work directly for him, and I'm trying to work the process of acquiring these homes and making it my future. And so that affects me hugely of what I've been working on for the last 20 years of my life. So please put some of that into consideration. There are exceptions. He's out of 4 houses on the street, he owns 3 of them. Well, I mean 5, he owns 4 of them. And so he is in this special little niche. There's nobody near him and stuff. And but if we follow guidelines, because you guys do need guidelines that helps apply the rules, but what about these people that are huge exceptions and have been that way? And what are we going to do about that? I was wondering at the meetings if we could please have maybe on the board we were talking about. We're trying so hard to follow you guys because we want to be part of it and understand it, but we kind of got lost because we can't know what page you're on, or you know what page it is, and where's that at? So if we could have that, please. The postage of the signage, if it could be simplified, because if you go to a sign person, they will actually tell you the size of the font that it needs to be able to be read. And you're going to have a lot, it's going to be huge if you put on as much as you want. Just my recommendations is the website, but I told Sarah to have a whole bunch of the information where they can just check out the website. It's all right there. Have the emergency number, the contact number, and their appointment number. Is my recommendation. The hotline center. So you're going to have calls about stuff going on in the hotline center. When I worked for another vacation rental company, just like Heather said, we vented the people. We told them we do not allow weddings. They went ahead and had a wedding. I went in and said, I'm sorry, we told you, you signed a contract, but actually had them physically sign it. I called the officers because they refused to leave, and nobody helped me. I ended up, as a management person, having to leave and apologize to the homeowner. I'm so sorry there was a wedding in your house. There's nothing I can do about it. But with this policy, can you please protect the homeowners and the people that are trying to do the right things? Because I don't want that to go against me, and I even tried to do everything correctly and even get rid of them, and I had no backup to even enforce the policies. And so we need that. My boss asked if all homes are going to be required to follow the same guidelines, STRs and homeowners in the same area, on parking, on parties, on all that kind of stuff. I want to put that up.
So Annie, I'm very sorry, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you so much for sharing today. Thank you, thank you. Tom Dotson? Thank you. Ken Jones?
Hi, Ken Jones. I've got a house in the county for about 25 years or so. Karen's done a great job of kind of reflecting many of my concerns. I had a question or clarification about density. As I understand it, the way it stands now, with 3 bedrooms in my house, assuming I hire somebody to go building storage facility, each of those bedrooms could get 2 people. And then you've got the extra plus 2, for some reason I don't quite understand. Plus now you've got the 3 kids. So in theory, I can have 11 people in that house, which I would never have. But I don't understand the plus 2, and I don't understand where everybody's gonna sleep. Because you got 2 people in every bedroom, are you gonna put 3 people in a bed? I mean, what's the rationale? I'd like to deal with the density issue.
Thank you, Ken. Okay. So that concludes our list for comments. So quickly, the poll, April 18th looks like the viable meeting date.
Wait, what was that?
April 18th. So that can be a 12:30 or that can be another 2:30, 3 o'clock.
Start time.
Don't we need all day again?
I would love
yeah.
to be here all day with you.
I think we
We
need
went
it.
long on a few.
You asked for a variety of dates.
Yes, so
And
that is,
is that?
that's
is that
the one
we're
that,
gonna have in April?
that is the one that, ended up with the most, sorry, I was gonna use my computer. That is the date that the most people could be here, so that's what I
Yes, I guess I'm just fearful of the time constraint.
Yep,
And it took us
so.
a long time to get through a couple
Yeah,
of
are you
small
thinking-
sections.
There was a lot of options. Should we
Would you like to
do
go through
more?
and we
Like, I don't know
Were
if
there
that's what
2
you're
dates that
saying.
were clearly
Yeah.
available?
Yeah, we start, so that one was the first one. And then,
About something like 2 weeks later or something? was it? No?
so,
Okay. Gary's gotta be here.
we go ahead and.
He's gotta keep the attorney on his.
All right, so we have, so I'm gonna give you the dates. We had quite a few, so most of us could make Monday, April 3rd for that 9:30 to 12.
Yeah.
Okay,
Third?
April 3rd, okay. So another date is the Tuesday, April 18th. That one could be all day. April 25th. Okay. We're already scheduled for the second
May,
Tuesday in
the
May,
second Tuesday.
but we also have May 1st, May 3rd, and May 4th as dates where most everybody could be here.
What about April 3rd and the 18th is,
So the April 3rd and the
Do both.
18th, the April 3rd, we can only be here in the morning, so that would be the 9:30 to 12. But the 18th, we can be here all day.
Do we
I like
need 4
Let's do
days?
the 18th.
I would love as many days as you are available to be here with me.
For the Mays, I wonder if there's room, I don't know everybody's schedules, but if we could do like Monday, Tuesday and just like knock out as much as we can, it saves trips back and forth for those of us traveling.
Yep, we
farther.
have limited availability on May 8th.
I think, did you say May 1st, 2nd, and 3rd were options?
May 1st and May 3rd.
Oh, but aren't we scheduled, oh, we're not scheduled on May 2nd.
It's the second Tuesday.
The second, okay, I heard, sorry, 2nd.
That's okay.
How about the 3rd of April and the 18th?
So April 18th
And the 3rd?
and the 3rd. And then just go back to our regular meeting date in May on the second Tuesday. Use that as our,
May 9th?
yeah, we use that as our Hail Mary to wrap everything up. So we're looking at, okay, so we're gonna do Monday, April 3rd from 9:30 to noon. We're gonna do Tuesday, April 18th, we're gonna pull the all day again.
That leaves us one more day.
That leaves
in
us,
May.
right, and I can keep hanging on to these dates. I know, I really appreciate all of you driving here. And I do think that the conversation in person does make a big difference. But I do understand with scheduling limitations. I mean, it's just, when you're up here, the participation is different. So I would leave that to you, but I do strongly believe the committee, the dialogue when you're all here is amazing.
Is noon a hard stop time?
On the 3rd?
Yeah.
Um,
12:30?
it might be, let me double check and I'll
That's
confirm
fine.
that in an email
That's
to
fine. If it
everyone.
works out great.
So we're not, April 11th is off the table, right?
Correct, because that's county budget hearing week. So we're looking at April 3rd, and I'll see how long we can go. April 18th would be all day, starting at 9:30 again, and then that gives Dan and I to wrap up anything we need to do. We'll publish everything a week before, and we're back here May 9th.
And just so folks know on the second, I always knew that we're in Hawaii, but I plan to attend remote.
Thank
To
you,
make you
Jay.
all feel really bad, I'll have palm springs, palm trees one.
May what? May 9th?
May 9th.
The second. Is it May 2nd?
May
No,
9th.
May
Oh,
9th.
well, same
It's
thing.
the
We're gone for
second
the month.
Tuesday of the month.
We're gone for the month.
Okay. All right.
We have a short-term rental there.
We are adjourned. Thank you all very much. Thank you.